Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Now, I know a lot of you use these videos to sleep, so before you drift off I thought it would be a fun idea if everyone can leave a comment and let me know where you are listening from in the world. Also like and subscribe if you are enjoying the episodes. Right, let's get comfy and relax and let's begin. I was in my apartment, sitting on the couch with the TV on, not really watching, just letting the noise fill the space. It was around 8 p.m., already dark outside. I had my dinner on the coffee table, a half-eaten plate of pasta, and my phone beside me. Then I heard the knock. 3 sharp raps against the door. I live alone. No one ever comes unannounced. My friends always text first, and I hadn't ordered anything. For a second, I thought maybe I misheard, that maybe it was someone knocking on a neighbor's door. But then it came again, 3 firm knocks. I muted the TV and stood up. My apartment isn't big, just a 1-bedroom, and the front door is only a few steps from the couch. I hesitated before going closer, looking through the peephole. A man stood there. He was tall, dressed in a gray jumpsuit, like a maintenance uniform. Dark hair, clean-shaven. He had a neutral expression, but something about the way he stood, too still, too upright, made my stomach clench. I didn't open the door. I just called through it, yes. He answered right away. I'm with maintenance. We're checking the plumbing in the units. Need to come in for a minute. I didn't request any maintenance. I would have gotten a notice. The building management sends emails or slips notes under the door whenever there's work being done. I glanced at the floor. No note. No email earlier. I stayed where I was. I didn't get any notice. The man shifted slightly. Last-minute thing. Should only take a minute. Just need to check your pipes under the sink. Something about his voice was off. Too even, like he was careful with his words. I looked at his uniform again. There was no name tag. No building logo. Just a plain gray jumpsuit. I swallowed. I'll call the building office to confirm. Silence. Then he knocked again, harder this time. It won't take long. My fingers were cold. I backed away from the door. I'm calling the office, I said again, louder this time. Another pause. Then his voice came through, lower than before. Ma'am, I have to come in. No. I grabbed my phone from the couch and opened the building office's number. I hit call. The ringing filled my ears. I kept my eyes on the peephole. The man hadn't moved. He was still standing there, perfectly still. The call rang twice before someone answered. Building management. I kept my voice steady. Hi, is maintenance supposed to be checking plumbing right now? There was a short pause. Then, no, we don't have any maintenance scheduled for today. The air in my lungs felt thick. I forced myself to stay calm. There's a man at my door saying he's with maintenance. He doesn't have a name tag. Silence. Then, ma'am, don't open your door. Security is on their way. My hand shook as I lowered the phone. Through the peephole, I saw the man tilt his head slightly, like he was listening. Then, without a word, he turned and walked away down the hall, out of view. I stood frozen, heart pounding, until I heard the elevator ding. A few seconds later, a set of heavier footsteps came, security. I cracked the door open when they knocked. 2 guards stood there, one holding a flashlight. I told them everything. They checked the hallway, the stairwell, even the parking garage, but the man was gone. There were no cameras in the halls, something I had never thought about before, but the guard at the front desk hadn't seen anyone matching his description enter the building. They stayed for a while, checking the area, making sure he wasn't waiting somewhere. Then they left, telling me to call immediately if anything happened again. I locked the door, put the chain on. I didn't sleep that night. Every little noise made me jump. The next morning, I asked the building office again if they found anything. They hadn't. No one else had reported a maintenance check. No workers were scheduled for anything that night. No one knew who he was. For the next few weeks, I was on edge every time I came home. I double-checked the locks, looked behind me in the hall. I never got another knock like that again. But sometimes, when I walk to my car in the parking lot, I get the feeling someone's watching. I don't know if it's just in my head. I don't want to find out. I was tired. More than tired. My shift had gone over by 2 hours because the new guy kept messing up orders, and I had to fix them. I barely looked at my phone, just checked the time once before leaving. Past midnight. The walk from the train station to my apartment wasn't long, but it felt worse that night. The air was damp, heavy, like it might rain. The streets were too quiet. A few cars passed, but no one else was walking. When I reached my building, I didn't think. Just muscle memory. I walked up the stairs, same as always, pulled out my keys, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. Shoes off. Bag down. I sighed and rubbed my face. The place smelled different, but I figured maybe it was because I hadn't been home all day. I went straight to the kitchen, opened the fridge. Then I stopped. There was food inside, leftovers in containers, a half-full carton of milk, but none of it was mine. I don't cook much, and I definitely didn't have a bunch of neatly stacked meal prep containers in my fridge. My stomach tightened. I turned slowly, my brain catching up, my breath getting shallow. The furniture. The couch was different. The coffee table was round, not the square one I had. A jacket I didn't recognize was draped over a chair. This wasn't my apartment. I had just walked in. The door was still unlocked behind me. Then I heard it. Breathing. Not mine. From the hallway, past the kitchen. Someone was there. Watching me. I didn't move. My eyes scanned the room. There was a knife block on the counter, but it was too far. The front door was behind me, only a few steps. I could run. A floorboard creaked. Slow. Careful. I turned my head just a little. A man stood in the hallway. Half in shadow. Not moving. He wasn't old, maybe mid-30s. Wearing a t-shirt and sweatpants, like he had just been about to go to bed. But his face, his expression was wrong. Not angry. Not scared. Just looking. His hands were at his sides. Not clenched, not raised. Just hanging there. I swallowed, my throat dry. My legs felt locked in place. My voice cracked. I tried again. He blinked. I didn't wait. I turned and ran. My foot caught on the rug by the door, and I almost went down, but I grabbed the handle and yanked. It stuck for a second, one awful second where I thought it wouldn't open, then it gave, and I stumbled into the hallway. I heard movement behind me. Fast. I didn't stop. I sprinted down the hall, my socks slipping on the floor. I hit the stairs and took them two at a time. I could hear my own breath, too loud, too ragged. I reached the second floor before I realized. This was my floor. My actual floor. My apartment was one door down. I had gone up one floor too many when I got home. My hand shook as I grabbed my real key, fumbling, jamming it into the lock. I threw myself inside, locked the door, and backed away. Silence. I stood there, staring at the door, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. Then, soft footsteps. Coming down the stairs. Slower this time. I didn't breathe. They reached my door. Stopped. I squeezed my eyes shut. My fingers dug into my palms. No knock. No voice. Just breathing. Then, after what felt like forever, footsteps again. Back up the stairs. Back to the apartment I had just walked into. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I waited until I heard people in the hallway before I left for work. I glanced up at the floor above mine. The door was closed. No sound. I never saw him again. I still don't know if he locked his door. I don't know if he stayed up that night, waiting to see if I came back. But I check my floor number every single time now. I was driving back from my brother's place late at night. It was a long stretch of highway, barely any cars passing by. Just darkness and the occasional glow of gas stations in the distance. My phone was playing music through the speakers, but I kept the volume low. I don't like driving at night, not because I'm scared of the dark, but because the quiet gets to me. I had been on the road for about an hour when I saw him. A man standing by the shoulder, waving one arm in the air. His other arm was bent, holding something close to his chest. His car, an old, beat-up sedan, was parked behind him with the hood open. The emergency lights flashed, reflecting off the wet pavement. I wasn't the type to stop for people. I've heard stories, but I saw his face when I got closer. He looked young, maybe in his 20s. No jacket, even though the night was cold. His expression was tight, desperate. So, I slowed down, pulled onto the shoulder a little ahead of him and put my hazards on. Kept the engine running. I looked in the mirror as he jogged toward my car. His shoes slapped against the asphalt. He wasn't smiling, but he didn't look threatening either. I lowered the window just a bit. "What's wrong?" He breathed hard, like he had been running. "My car died. Won't start. My phone's dead too. Can you call someone?" His voice shook, but I couldn't tell if it was from the cold or something else. I nodded and grabbed my phone. "Tow truck or someone you know?" He opened his mouth, hesitated. Then, just as he stepped closer, I saw something. Behind him, the bushes off the side of the road, barely visible in the dark. Something moved. A shape. A person. I tensed. The guy must have seen my expression change because he turned fast. And then it all happened at once. The man in the bushes came forward, quick, stepping out into the light. He was taller, broader, wearing dark clothes. His hands were empty, but something about the way he moved made my stomach drop. The first guy, the one I had stopped for, he didn't run, didn't yell. He just stood there, like he was waiting, like he knew. My skin went cold. I hit the lock button on my door. The second man took another step, eyes locked on me. The first man, he didn't turn back to me. He was watching the other guy. I didn't think. I slammed the car into drive and hit the gas. The tires spun for a split second before catching, and then I was moving back onto the highway. My hands clenched the wheel so hard my fingers hurt. I looked in the mirror. The first guy was still standing by my car. The second man was walking toward him. Then, the first guy turned, and he ran. Full sprint. Not after me. Away. Into the dark. The second man didn't chase him. He just stood there, staring after him. Then he turned his head, just slightly, toward my car. I drove faster. I don't know what I almost got caught in. I don't know if the first guy was part of it or if he was the one running for his life. But I didn't stop again. Not that night. Not ever. It was late when I left work, later than usual. The office was almost empty when I shut down my computer. The cleaning staff had already started mopping the floors. I had missed my bus, so I had to walk home. It wasn't far, maybe a 20-minute walk, but I never liked walking alone at night. The streets were quiet. A few cars passed by, their headlights washing over the sidewalk. I kept my pace steady, my bag pulled close. My apartment was in a safe neighborhood, but that didn't mean much. I was halfway home when I first noticed the van. It was an older model, white, a little dirty. Moving slow. Too slow. I didn't think much of it at first. It was just a car. But something about the way it stayed behind me made my stomach tighten. I crossed the street. The van turned. I picked up my pace. So did the van. I told myself I was imagining things, that it was just a coincidence. But I couldn't ignore the feeling in my gut. I turned a corner. The van followed. I turned again. It was still there. I glanced over my shoulder. The windows were tinted. I couldn't see inside. The streetlights hummed above me, buzzing like they were about to go out. I reached into my bag, feeling for my keys. I didn't know what I was going to do with them. Maybe hold them between my fingers like I had seen people do in self-defense videos. The van sped up. My heart pounded. I turned down a side street, hoping it was too narrow for the van to follow. It didn't turn. For a second, I felt relief. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I had let my paranoia get to me. Then, just as I reached the next block, the van was there. It had looped around. It was waiting for me. I stopped walking. The van stopped moving. The street was empty. No one else around. Just me. And them. The sliding door on the side of the van rattled. It started to open. I ran. I didn't think. Didn't look back. I just ran. Footsteps. Behind me. Fast. Too fast. I turned sharply into an alley, nearly slipping on the pavement. There was a fence at the end. I didn't stop. I climbed, pulling myself up with shaking arms. A hand, grabbing for my ankle. I kicked. Hard. It let go. I scrambled over the fence, landing hard on the other side. My knee hit the ground. Pain shot up my leg. I pushed myself up and ran. The van couldn't follow me now. But the footsteps, they were still behind me. I burst out of the alley onto another street. More streetlights. More cars. People. There were people. I ran toward them, toward a small group standing near a bus stop. My chest burned. My vision blurred. I didn't stop until I was next to them. Breathing hard. Shaking. I turned back. No one was there. No footsteps. No van. Gone. I stood there, trying to catch my breath. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to walk home, but I couldn't stand there all night. I called a friend. They picked me up. I never walked home alone again. When I got the job, it felt like a miracle. I'd been struggling for months after losing my last position, sending out resumes to every listing I could find. So, when this company called me back for an interview, I jumped at the chance. It wasn't glamorous, just an entry-level position in data entry, but the pay was decent, and I needed the stability. The office was in a plain building on the edge of downtown. Nothing fancy. When I first walked in, the fluorescent lights buzzed faintly, and the air smelled faintly of coffee and toner. It was the kind of place where everyone worked quietly, the sound of keyboards clicking filling the room. The team was small, maybe 20 people, mostly sitting in cubicles. Everyone seemed friendly enough, though there was an unspoken rule about not chatting too much. Most of the workers kept their heads down, finishing their tasks and only looking up for coffee breaks or meetings. It didn't bother me. I figured they were just focused. My supervisor, Taryn, was the kind of person who smiled with her mouth but not her eyes. She gave me a quick tour on my first day, pointing out the kitchenette, the copy room, and the emergency exits. Then she dropped me in my cubicle and left me with a thick stack of forms to process. Everything seemed normal at first. I'd show up, clock in, and work quietly for hours. The days blurred together. I wasn't making friends, but I didn't care much. It was a paycheck. After about 2 weeks, a new guy started. His name was Daniel, and he was assigned to the cubicle next to mine. He seemed nervous when he introduced himself, fidgety, avoiding eye contact. I figured he was just shy. We didn't talk much, but I'd hear him mumbling under his breath sometimes, repeating instructions Taryn had given him earlier. One day, about a week after Daniel started, I overheard him asking someone about a file. He was confused because it didn't match the others. The person he asked, a guy named Phil, told him to just process it and not ask questions. I thought that was weird, but I didn't say anything. Later that afternoon, Taryn called Daniel into her office. I didn't think much of it until I noticed he hadn't come back after 20 minutes. Then an hour passed. By the end of the day, his cubicle was still empty. When I asked Phil if he'd seen Daniel, he just shrugged and said he probably went home sick. The next morning, Daniel didn't show up. His cubicle was completely cleared out, as if he'd never been there. I asked Karen about it, and she gave me this tight-lipped smile and said, Daniel decided the position wasn't a good fit for him. Let's focus on your tasks, okay? Something about the way she said it made my stomach churn. It wasn't just the words, it was the tone. Like she didn't want me asking questions. After that, I couldn't stop thinking about Daniel. He'd only been here a week, and now it was like he never existed. No one talked about him. His name wasn't on the email list anymore, and his desk was reassigned to someone new by the end of the day. A few days later, I was in the copy room when I overheard Karen talking to someone in her office. The door was cracked open, and their voices carried. She said something about compliance and ensuring there's no paper trail. The other person, a man I didn't recognize, just nodded and said, "Understood." I didn't know what they were talking about, but it didn't sound good. I started paying closer attention after that, trying to piece things together. That's when I noticed the files. Every so often, one would land on my desk that didn't make sense. The numbers didn't add up, or there'd be missing information. When I brought it up to Karen, she'd tell me to just process it and not worry about the details. Then there were the locked doors. On my way to the bathroom one afternoon, I noticed a door I hadn't seen before, tucked at the end of a hallway. It had no sign, just a keypad next to the handle. I tried to peek through the small window, but the glass was frosted. As I leaned closer, I heard something faint like the hum of machinery or maybe a vent. I wasn't sure. That night, I stayed late to finish a project. Most people had left, and the office was quiet. As I was packing up, I heard a noise, a faint thud, like something heavy being dropped. It came from the direction of that locked door. I told myself it was probably just maintenance or someone working late in another part of the building, but it still gave me chills. A week later, I found a sticky note on my desk. It wasn't mine, and I didn't see who left it. The handwriting was small and shaky, and it only said, "Be careful who you trust." My heart raced as I read it. I looked around, but no one seemed to be paying attention to me. I thought about throwing it away, but instead, I tucked it into my bag and brought it home. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about Daniel and the strange files and the locked door. I started wondering if I should quit, but I needed the money. The breaking point came a few days later. Karen asked me to deliver a stack of files to the room with the keypad. She handed me an access card and told me to leave the documents on the table inside. I asked what the room was for, and she gave me that same tight-lipped smile. "Just a storage area," she said. When I swiped the card and opened the door, the first thing I noticed was the smell. It was faint, but sharp, like chemicals. The room was dimly lit, with rows of metal shelves. At first glance, it did look like storage boxes and files stacked neatly. But as I stepped further inside, I noticed something else, a large metal table in the center of the room, with straps hanging from the sides. I froze. My hands started shaking, and I nearly dropped the files. I didn't want to get any closer, but something caught my eye, a smear of something dark on the edge of the table. My stomach turned as I realized it looked like dried blood. I turned to leave, but Karen was standing in the doorway, blocking my path. Her smile was gone, replaced by a cold, calculating stare. "You shouldn't have come in here," she said, her voice low and steady. I just did what you asked," I stammered, trying to keep my voice from shaking. "I'll leave. I won't say anything." For a moment, she just stared at me, like she was deciding what to do. Then she stepped aside and motioned for me to leave. "Go home," she said. "We'll talk tomorrow." I didn't wait to be told twice. I grabbed my bag and walked as quickly as I could to the exit. As soon as I was outside, I ran to my car and drove straight home. I called in sick the next day and started looking for another job. I never went back. To this day, I don't know what that room was for or what happened to Daniel. I don't want to know. I never thought I'd end up in an emergency room. I mean, sure, we all have those moments when something goes wrong, maybe a bad fall or a cut that needs stitches. But I wasn't prepared for the nightmare that unfolded the night I found myself there. It started like any other evening. I was feeling a little sick, but I thought it was just a cold. I didn't think much of it when I woke up in the middle of the night with a sharp pain in my side, but after a few hours, it got worse. I knew I needed to get checked out. So, I called a cab and headed to the nearest hospital. It was a typical night in the emergency room, overcrowded and chaotic. People were coughing, crying, talking on the phone, all while medical staff rushed from one patient to the next. It was loud, uncomfortable, and stressful. But I figured that's how it usually was at this time of night. I didn't have to wait long before a nurse took me back to a triage area. She was friendly, asked me a few questions about my symptoms, and then told me to sit tight until a doctor could see me. I was tired, sick, and honestly, just wanted to get it over with. I wasn't prepared for what happened next. A few minutes later, a doctor came in. He wasn't particularly old, maybe in his late 30s, early 40s. He had dark hair that was combed neatly back and a face that seemed a little too serious. His name tag said Dr. Curtis. He didn't greet me with a smile, just jumped right into asking me questions about my symptoms. At first, he seemed normal enough, just doing his job. But there was something off about him that I couldn't place. It was in his eyes, too focused, too intense. And the way he asked questions. He kept making notes as if he was writing down more than just my symptoms. It almost felt like he was studying me. After asking me about my pain, he checked my vitals and then started talking to me about my history. He asked how I'd been feeling over the past week, whether I had been under any stress, whether I had any family history of health problems. All pretty standard, but it was the way he asked that made me uneasy. There was this coldness to his voice, as though he was detaching himself from the humanity of the situation. I wasn't just a patient. I was some kind of puzzle to him. He kept circling around me, walking around the small exam room as he wrote things down. Then, he said something that made my stomach drop. "You know," he said, almost casually, "it's always interesting to see how people react to pain. Some people fight it, some give in immediately. It tells you a lot about them." I wasn't sure what to say. I just kind of shrugged it off. Maybe he was trying to make small talk, or maybe it was just a weird way of saying something medical. But the more he spoke, the more it felt wrong. He started asking questions that were a little too personal, things about my relationships, my childhood. I felt like I was being dissected, like he was trying to peel away layers of my life for some reason I couldn't understand. It was so invasive, and I didn't know how to get him to stop. Then, things took a darker turn. I started to feel dizzy and lightheaded, probably from the stress and the illness. I tried to focus, but my vision blurred for a second. When I looked up, Dr. Curtis was standing right next to me, staring at me with an odd, almost predatory look in his eyes. I froze. I didn't know what to do. He was standing too close. I could smell the faint scent of antiseptic on his skin, But there was something more, something about the way he was looking at me. I couldn't put my finger on it. "You know," he said slowly, "there's something about people who come in here looking like you. They have this air about them. It's like they're already giving up. It's fascinating." I could feel my pulse quickening. I didn't like where this was going. The room suddenly felt smaller, and the air felt thick. I started shifting uncomfortably in my chair, but he didn't move. He just stood there, watching me. It felt like I was trapped. He leaned in a little closer. "What do you think is going to happen next?" he asked, as if he already knew the answer. It wasn't a medical question. It was something else. My heart started racing. My mind was screaming at me to get up and leave, but my body wouldn't respond. I was paralyzed by the tension in the room. Before I could even come up with a response, another nurse entered. She was a woman with blonde hair, and she seemed surprised to find the doctor so close to me. She quickly walked over, a polite but worried expression on her face. She asked if everything was okay, and I almost felt like I was being rescued. Dr. Curtis straightened up and gave her a stiff smile. "Just making sure everything is in order," he said, his tone abruptly returning to professional. But it didn't feel professional. It felt forced. The nurse seemed to notice the shift in the air too. She turned to me and asked if I felt okay to move to another room for further tests. I nodded quickly, practically jumping up from the chair. I didn't care what the tests were at that point, I just needed to get away from him. As I walked out of the room, I could feel Dr. Curtis' eyes on me. I tried to keep my composure, but my hands were shaking. I wanted to run, but I didn't. I couldn't let him see that I was scared. The nurse led me down a hallway, and I kept my head down, refusing to look back. In the next room, things seemed a little better. I was surrounded by other medical staff, and I tried to focus on the task at hand. But the unease stayed with me. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong, that Dr. Curtis had been watching me for reasons I didn't understand. Hours later, when I was finally discharged, I was more than ready to leave the hospital. I was exhausted, both physically and mentally, but as I walked out of the ER, I saw Dr. Curtis again. He was standing by the door, talking to another staff member. As soon as he saw me, he gave me a strange smile, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. It wasn't friendly. It was something else. And that look, that sickening smile, stayed with me as I left the hospital, unsure if I'd ever be able to shake the feeling that I was being watched. I don't know what his intentions were, or why he acted the way he did. But I'll never forget the way he made me feel, like I was the next thing on his list, something to dissect and study. I don't know how far he would have gone if that nurse hadn't walked in, but I can't bring myself to ever go back to that hospital. When we first moved into the house, I thought it was perfect. It wasn't anything fancy, but it was clean, affordable, and in a quiet neighborhood. The landlord, a man in his mid-50s named Mr. Connolly, seemed nice enough. He met us at the house to hand over the keys and give us a quick tour. "You'll love it here," he said, smiling. "Safe area, nice neighbors. Never had any trouble." We didn't think twice about it. My husband, Eric, and I were just happy to have found a place that fit our budget. We spent the first couple of days unpacking, arranging furniture, and settling in. It felt like the start of something good. But little things started to feel off almost immediately. The first was the thermostat. Every time I set it to a comfortable temperature, I'd come back later to find it had been adjusted. At first, I blamed Eric. He's always fussing about the heat. But when I asked, he swore he hadn't touched it. "Maybe it's broken," he said. I shrugged it off. Then, a few nights in, I started hearing faint clicking noises, like the sound a camera makes when it adjusts focus. I couldn't place where it was coming from. It wasn't constant, just every now and then. Eric didn't hear it at all, and I started to feel like I was imagining things. Still, it bothered me enough that I mentioned it again the next day. "Probably the vents," he said. "Old house, you know?" I wanted to believe him, so I did. For a while. Then, about a week after we moved in, I noticed something strange in the bathroom. There was a tiny hole, about the size of a pencil tip, in the tile near the ceiling. It was right above the shower. At first, I thought it was just wear and tear. The house wasn't new, after all. But the more I looked at it, the less it felt accidental. It was too round, too precise. I showed it to Eric that night. "Looks like a nail hole or something," he said, squinting at it. "Probably from when they hung something up." "It's nothing." But it didn't feel like nothing to me. I'm not sure why, but it made my skin crawl. I started noticing other things, too. Little pinholes in the walls, the ceilings, places where there was no reason for a hole to be. One in the living room, one in the bedroom, another in the kitchen. I even found one in the laundry room, near the ceiling. "This is weird," I said, pointing them out to Eric. "What if they're cameras?" He laughed. "You've been watching too many crime shows. Why would anyone put cameras in a rental house? Besides, Mr. Connolly doesn't strike me as the type." I wasn't convinced, but I didn't want to seem paranoid. Still, the idea stuck in my head. That night, while Eric was asleep, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I grabbed a flashlight and started checking the house. I looked inside vents, behind furniture, and in every corner I could think of. I didn't find anything, and eventually, I convinced myself I was overreacting. The next day, I went about my routine as usual. I was working from home, so I spent most of the day on my laptop in the living room. Around midday, I got up to make lunch. As I walked into the kitchen, I felt this strange sensation, like I was being watched. It wasn't the first time I'd felt it, but it was stronger this time. I looked around, but nothing seemed out of place. Then I noticed the microwave. It was one of those built-in ones, mounted above the stove. The glass on the door was reflective, and as I passed by, I caught a glimpse of something unusual. At first, I thought it was just a smudge, but when I looked closer, I saw a small, dark circle in the upper corner of the microwave's glass. It was subtle, almost invisible unless you were looking for it. I leaned in, heart pounding, and realized it wasn't a smudge at all. It was a camera lens. I stepped back, my mind racing. I wanted to scream, to call Eric, but I couldn't move. My hands were shaking as I grabbed my phone and called him. "Eric, there's a camera in the microwave," I whispered, my voice trembling. "What are you talking about?" he said. "Are you sure?" "Yes, I'm sure. It's hidden in the glass. I don't know what to do." "All right, I'll come home," he said. "Just stay calm." While I waited for him, I started looking around the house again, this time more carefully. I checked the holes I'd noticed before, and sure enough, there were tiny lenses in some of them. Not all, but enough to confirm my worst fears. When Eric got home, he didn't laugh or brush it off this time. He grabbed a screwdriver and started taking things apart. We found cameras in the vents, in the smoke detectors, even in the light fixtures. They were everywhere. Who would do this? I asked, my voice shaking. Eric didn't answer. He just kept working, his jaw clenched. We didn't know what else to do, so we called the police. When they arrived, we showed them everything we'd found. The officers were professional, but I could tell they were disturbed. One of them, a younger guy, kept glancing around the house like he expected someone to jump out of the shadows. "We'll take this seriously," the lead officer said. "But I'll be honest with you, tracking down whoever's behind this won't be easy. These kinds of setups are often remote." They took the cameras as evidence and told us to find somewhere else to stay for the night. We packed a bag and went to a motel. Neither of us slept much. Every noise, every creak felt like another invasion. The next morning, we got a call from the police. They traced the camera feeds to a private server. The account was registered to someone local. "Do you know David Connolly?" the officer asked. My stomach dropped. It was the landlord. They arrested him later that day. Turns out he'd been doing this for years, installing hidden cameras in all his rental properties and streaming the footage online. We were just the latest victims. The police said it was one of the most extensive setups they'd ever seen. We moved out immediately and stayed with family until we could find another place. It's been months now, and I still can't shake the feeling that I'm being watched. Every time I see a vent or a smoke detector, I'm back in that house, searching for cameras. We were lucky, I guess. We found out before anything worse could happen. But I'll never forget the violation, the sense of being exposed in my own home. It's something you can't unfeel. And I'll never trust a landlord again. It started off as just a simple trip to the park. My son, Jake, had been asking to go to the playground for days, but work had kept me busy. We didn't have anything planned for that evening, so I figured we could take a walk after dinner, just the two of us. It was about 8:30 when we left the house, and I figured we'd have enough time to enjoy the park before it got too dark. The park was only a few blocks away, and I wasn't expecting any issues. The park was usually quiet at night. I'd walked through there many times before, either to get some fresh air or when Jake had trouble sleeping, and it felt like the kind of place you could walk through without worrying about much. I wasn't expecting anything out of the ordinary. We got there just as the last rays of sunlight were disappearing, leaving the park bathed in a faint, blue glow from the street lamps. Jake was excited, running ahead toward the swings. I followed him, pulling my jacket tighter as the evening air got a bit cooler. He was laughing as I pushed him, his joy always putting a smile on my face. I glanced around and noticed a few other people in the distance. A couple sitting on a bench, and a man walking his dog, both just far enough that I didn't think much of them. The sounds of the city were muffled by the trees and the distance. It was peaceful. We stayed there for a while. Jake had been playing on the jungle gym, running around like a whirlwind while I sat on a bench, keeping an eye on him. I lost track of time, which I usually didn't do. But there was something about the calm of the evening that made it easy to just let the minutes slip by. It wasn't until I noticed that the park seemed quieter that I checked my watch. It was 9:45. I stood up, called for Jake, and told him it was time to go. He was reluctant, as most kids are, but I wasn't in the mood to argue. The air had gotten colder, and I knew that if we stayed too long, it would be harder to leave. But when I looked around, that's when I realized something wasn't right. The park, which had seemed so lively earlier, was now completely empty. I could still hear the distant hum of the city, but everything else, the other walkers, the people on the benches, had disappeared. There was no one around. It was just us now, and for some reason, the silence felt unnerving. I called Jake over again, this time a little more firmly, and he trotted over to me. As we turned to leave, I noticed a man standing near the gate, just a few yards away. He wasn't doing anything in particular, just standing there, watching us. I didn't think much of it at first. People sometimes hang around in parks at night, I figured. He was dressed in a dark coat, but the fact that he was standing so still bothered me. I nudged Jake's shoulder and said, "Let's go, buddy." We started walking toward the exit, but as we got closer to the gate, I noticed the man was now standing at the entrance, blocking the way. He was just standing there, his hands in his pockets. I tried to shake it off, but the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up. I didn't want to make a scene or get Jake nervous, but I could feel the tension building in my chest. We slowed down, and I caught sight of the man's face for the first time. He wasn't smiling, but his eyes were wide open, and his gaze felt fixed on us. There was something unnerving about it. Something off. He was staring at us, but it wasn't like he was just looking at us as strangers. It was more intense. Like he had some sort of interest in us. As I got closer, I instinctively pulled Jake closer to me. I reached into my jacket pocket and felt for my phone, just in case. "Excuse me," I said, my voice sounding more nervous than I'd intended. "Could you move aside? We need to get through." The man didn't answer. He just stood there, his eyes fixed on me, his expression unreadable. I didn't want to push things, but at that point, I could feel the knot in my stomach tightening. I glanced around quickly, but the park was still eerily empty. I took another step toward him, feeling a surge of anxiety. "Please," I said, trying to sound calm. "We need to go." The man shifted slightly, blocking the gate completely. He hadn't spoken a word yet, but something about the way he moved made my blood run cold. He wasn't even making an effort to step aside. It was like he was daring us to try to leave. I looked down at Jake, who was clinging to my side, sensing the change in the air. He didn't say anything, but I could feel him stiffen, as though he knew something wasn't right either. I took a deep breath. "Jake, we're going to walk the other way. We're just going to go around the park and out the other side, okay?" Jake nodded, and I pulled him gently by the hand, trying to stay calm. But the moment we turned around, I heard footsteps behind us. At first, they were faint, but then they got louder, quickening as they came closer. I tried to ignore them, but the sound grew more urgent. Someone was following us. I didn't look back. I kept walking, Jake's hand tight in mine. I told myself I was just being paranoid. Maybe it was just a jogger. Maybe it was someone else heading out of the park. But something about it didn't sit right with me. The footsteps grew faster, closer. I turned a corner, keeping my eyes ahead. I glanced over at Jake. "We're almost there, buddy." "Just a little bit longer," I said, trying to keep the edge out of my voice. But then I heard it. The unmistakable sound of someone blocking our path. The same man, now standing directly in front of us. He was closer this time, his face more visible. His lips curled into a thin, tight smile. It was the kind of smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Where are you going?" he asked, his voice low and deliberate. I froze. My heart was hammering in my chest. I need you to let us go," I said, my voice shaking despite myself. "We're leaving. We're not causing any trouble." The man didn't respond. Instead, he took a slow step forward. My body reacted before my brain could catch up. I grabbed Jake's hand tighter and pulled him in the opposite direction, heading back toward the far side of the park. I wasn't sure what I was doing. My mind was racing. I didn't know if this man had a weapon or what he wanted, but I knew we needed to get out of there. As I turned a corner, I heard the footsteps again. Faster. Louder. I glanced back, and there he was, right behind us, still not saying anything. But the way he was walking, the way he kept gaining on us, it was like he was daring us to run. We were trapped. I had no idea what to do. My thoughts were moving too fast, but my body felt frozen. My instincts kicked in, and I did the only thing I could think of. I ran. I grabbed Jake and bolted for the nearest exit, ignoring everything else. I could hear the man's footsteps following, but I didn't look back. I focused only on the path ahead. By some miracle, we made it out. As I finally reached the street, I looked over my shoulder and saw the man standing just inside the park, not moving. He was still watching us, but he didn't follow. I don't know what would have happened if we hadn't left when we did, but I'm sure it wouldn't have been good. We didn't go back to the park for weeks. I still get nervous when we walk by it. I don't know who that man was or why he wanted to trap us there, but I'm just glad we got away. Every time I think about that night, I can still feel the fear, the weight of his gaze on us, and the certainty that he was waiting for something. Maybe waiting for us to stay a little too long. Last year, I decided to spend a weekend hiking in a forest I'd never been to before. It was one of those places people recommended because it wasn't too crowded and had some great views if you were willing to go deep into the trails. I planned for a long hike on the second day, packing enough food and water to last me most of the daylight hours. The trail started out fine. It was peaceful, and the weather was cool, perfect for hiking. The trees were tall and dense, and I didn't see another person the entire time. It was exactly what I'd wanted. After about an hour, I reached a fork in the trail. One path looked more worn, with clear signs pointing to the main route. The other was less obvious, marked with a faded sign that I could barely read. I chose the quieter path, thinking it might lead to something less explored. As I walked, I started noticing small markers tied to the trees. They were pieces of red cloth, knotted tightly around branches at about eye level. At first, I thought they were trail markers left by the Park Service, but they didn't look official. There were no arrows, no signs explaining what they were. Still, they were spaced out regularly, so I figured they might lead somewhere interesting. About an hour in, I realized I hadn't seen any of the usual signs of an official trail. No wooden posts, no distance markers, nothing. The red cloth markers were the only thing guiding me, and they were becoming harder to ignore. Something about them didn't feel right. They were too deliberate, too fresh, as if someone had put them there recently. I stopped to take a drink of water and considered turning back, but curiosity got the better of me. I walked another half hour before I heard it. A faint whisper, so soft I almost thought it was the wind. I froze, straining to hear. The sound came again, clearer this time. It wasn't words, just a low, breathy sound, like someone trying to get my attention. My heart started to race. I scanned the trees around me, but there was nothing. No movement, no figures, just the quiet rustle of leaves in the breeze. I told myself it was probably just the forest playing tricks on me. Sound carries weirdly in the woods, and I was already on edge. I kept walking, but now I was hyper-aware of every noise. My footsteps felt too loud, and every snap of a twig made me flinch. The red markers were still there, leading me deeper into the forest. Then I saw something that made my stomach drop. One of the markers wasn't tied to a tree like the others. It was hanging from a low branch, swinging slightly as if it had just been placed there. I stopped dead in my tracks. The whisper came again, louder this time, and unmistakably close. Hey! It wasn't a whisper anymore. It was a voice, soft but clear, coming from somewhere to my left. I turned slowly, scanning the dense trees. My hands were shaking, and I could barely hold onto my water bottle. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to sound braver than I felt. There was no answer, just a faint sound of leaves crunching. Someone was moving, circling me. I couldn't see them, but I could feel their presence. The forest suddenly felt too quiet, like it was holding its breath. I backed away, keeping my eyes on the direction of the sound, and nearly tripped over a root. That's when I noticed the markers had changed. The red cloth strips were no longer on the trees ahead of me. Instead, they were tied to the branches behind me, leading back the way I'd come. It was as if someone had moved them while I wasn't looking, trying to guide me somewhere else. I didn't care about being polite anymore. "Leave me alone," I shouted, my voice echoing through the trees. I waited, but there was no response. The whispering had stopped, but the forest still felt wrong. It wasn't just the markers or the voice. It was the feeling of being watched, like a pair of eyes was on me no matter which way I turned. I decided to head back, following the markers as quickly as I could. My pace was unsteady, more like a jog than a walk. I kept glancing over my shoulder, convinced I'd see someone standing there. The markers led me back to the fork in the trail, but when I reached it, I froze. The worn path I'd started on was gone. The trail was overgrown, as if no one had walked it in years. The red markers were still there, leading me down the other path, the one I hadn't taken. I didn't know what to do. My phone had no signal, and I hadn't brought a map. I was completely alone. That's when I heard the footsteps. They were heavy and deliberate, coming from somewhere behind me. I spun around, but there was no one there. The footsteps kept getting closer, and I realized they weren't trying to hide anymore. Whoever it was wanted me to know they were there. Panic took over. I ran, not caring where the markers led. My only thought was to get away. The footsteps followed, steady and relentless. I could hear branches snapping and leaves crunching, but I didn't dare look back. My legs burned, and my lungs felt like they were going to burst, but I couldn't stop. Finally, I saw something through the trees, a clearing. I burst out of the forest and onto a dirt road, collapsing to my knees. The footsteps stopped. I looked back, and there was nothing but trees. Whoever had been following me was gone. I didn't wait to see if they'd come back. I followed the road until I found a ranger station. The ranger looked at me like I was crazy when I told him what had happened, but he agreed to check the area. I waited there until he came back, but he didn't find anything. No markers, no signs of another person, nothing. I don't know who or what was out there, but I haven't gone hiking since. The thought of those red markers, leading me deeper into the forest, still haunts me. I don't think I'll ever feel safe in the woods again. It was a freezing morning when I decided to head out to the old quarry. I had been into photography for a while, mostly landscapes and abandoned places. There's something about those forgotten spots, with their broken structures and overgrown paths, that always drew me in. I had heard about this quarry from a guy at a local camera shop. He mentioned it in passing, saying it was a cool place but a bit out of the way. That was what I liked, quiet places where I could take my time without anyone bothering me. I parked my car at the end of a dirt road just outside the quarry's entrance. It wasn't an official spot, just a clearing where I figured no one would care if I left my car for a couple of hours. The snow from the previous night crunched under my boots as I grabbed my backpack and camera gear. The air felt heavy, like the kind of stillness you get just before a storm. I didn't think much of it. quiet was nice. Peaceful. The entrance to the quarry wasn't marked, but you could tell where it was from the way the trees thinned out. The path led downhill, and soon the landscape opened up. The quarry was enormous. Jagged walls of stone towered over a frozen pond in the center, and scattered piles of old equipment were half buried in the snow. Rusted tracks and broken down machinery made for great photos. I felt lucky to have found the place untouched, or so it seemed. I spent about an hour wandering around, snapping pictures. The light wasn't great, gray skies and all, but I figured I could edit the photos later. I moved closer to one of the old buildings, maybe an office or a storage shed. The door was slightly ajar, and the snow around it was fresh, no footprints except mine. Inside, there wasn't much left, some broken furniture, a few scattered tools, and graffiti covering the walls. It didn't look like anyone had been there in years. As I stepped out of the shed, I noticed something I hadn't seen before, a truck parked on the far side of the quarry, near the tree line. It was an old, beat-up pickup, the kind you see around farms or construction sites. It hadn't been there when I arrived. My first thought was that maybe it belonged to someone hunting in the woods nearby. But the longer I looked at it, the more uneasy I felt. The truck's windows were dark, and there was no movement, no sign of anyone getting out. I decided to keep to myself and stick to the other side of the quarry. Whoever it was, they had as much right to be there as I did, and I didn't want to make it weird. I moved further along the frozen pond, taking a few more shots of the rock walls and machinery. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I glanced back toward the truck a few times, but it stayed still, like some kind of animal lying in wait. Then I heard voices. They were faint at first, carried by the wind, but they were getting closer. 2 men came into view, walking toward me from the direction of the truck. They were bundled up in heavy coats and boots, and one of them was holding something in his hand. It looked like a crowbar. My chest tightened. They weren't smiling, and their body language was stiff, deliberate. "Hey," one of them called out. His voice was sharp, like he was already mad about something. "What are you doing here?" I tried to keep calm as they approached. "Just taking pictures," I said, holding up my camera to show them. I didn't think anyone would mind. "This is private property," the second man said. His tone was low and cold. He was the bigger of the two, with a thick beard and hard eyes that made it clear he wasn't just bluffing. "You're trespassing." "I didn't see any signs," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "If I had known." "You know now," the first man cut in, stepping closer. His grip on the crowbar tightened, and I could see his jaw clenching. "Who sent you?" That question caught me off guard. "No one sent me," I said quickly. "I just heard about this place from a friend. I thought it'd be a good spot for photos. That's all." The 2 men exchanged a look, and something about it made my stomach churn. It wasn't just irritation or frustration. It was suspicion. Paranoia. Like they thought I knew something I wasn't supposed to. "You expect us to believe that?" the bigger man said. He took another step toward me, his boots crunching in the snow. "Out here, in the middle of nowhere, you just happened to show up with a camera?" "That's exactly what happened," I said, trying to keep my voice calm but firm. "Look, I'll leave right now if that's what you want. I didn't mean to cause any trouble." "You've already caused trouble," the first man said. His eyes darted to my backpack. "What else you got in there?" "Just camera gear," I said, backing up a step. "That's it." "Show us," the bigger man said. It wasn't a request. I hesitated, which was a mistake. The smaller man raised the crowbar slightly, like he was ready to swing it if I didn't cooperate. My hands were shaking as I unzipped my backpack and held it open for them to see. They rummaged through it, pulling out my lenses and batteries, tossing them carelessly into the snow. "Nothing here," the bigger man muttered, but he didn't sound convinced. "Check his pockets." "I'm not carrying anything," I said, my voice cracking slightly. "I swear. Just let me go, and I'll never come back here." The smaller man grabbed the front of my jacket, yanking me closer. His breath smelled like tobacco and something sour. "If you're lying, you're gonna regret it." "I'm not lying," I blurted out. "I don't even know what this place is. I thought it was abandoned." The bigger man sighed, looking around the quarry like he was making a decision. Then he turned to the other guy. "We can't just let him walk out of here." My heart sank. "I didn't see anything," I said, desperation creeping into my voice. "I'll delete the photos, okay?" "I didn't mean to." "Shut up," the smaller man snapped, pushing me back. "You think we're stupid? You think we don't know why you're here?" "I don't know what you're talking about," I yelled, panic taking over. "I don't know anything." The bigger man raised a hand, silencing me. "Here's what's gonna happen," he said, his voice cold and deliberate. "You're gonna come with us. We'll figure out what to do with you." I took a step back, but they moved in closer, cutting off any chance of escape. My mind was racing, trying to think of a way out. The truck was too far, and even if I made it, I'd never get it started before they caught up. My car was even further. I was trapped. And then I saw it, the old shed I had been in earlier. The door was still slightly open. If I could just get inside, maybe I could lock them out, or at least buy myself some time. I didn't think. I just ran. "Hey," one of them shouted, but I didn't look back. My boots slipped on the icy ground as I sprinted toward the shed, my lungs burning from the cold air. I threw myself inside and slammed the door shut, sliding the rusty bolt into place just as they reached it. They pounded on the door, yelling for me to come out, but the bolt held. "For now." I stumbled back, looking around the dim, cluttered space for anything I could use to defend myself. My eyes landed on a rusty shovel propped against the wall. I grabbed it, my hands trembling, and waited. The pounding on the door stopped, and the silence that followed was somehow worse. "We'll smoke you out if we have to," one of them yelled. "You're not getting out of here alive." I didn't respond. My breath came in shallow gasps as I gripped the shovel tighter. I had no idea how I was going to get out of this, but I knew one thing: I wasn't going to let them drag me away. After what felt like an eternity, I heard their footsteps retreating. I didn't trust it. I stayed put, listening for any sign that they were still nearby. The minutes stretched on, and eventually, the only sound was the wind howling outside. When I finally peeked out of the shed, the truck was gone. But I didn't stick around to question it. I ran straight to my car, not stopping until I was behind the wheel with the doors locked. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key into the ignition. The engine roared to life, and I tore out of there without looking back. I don't know what those men were hiding in that quarry, and I don't want to know. All I know is that I'll never go back there again. It all started one cold, winter morning, the kind where the snow had been coming down for hours, thick and heavy, coating everything in a soft white blanket. I woke up early that day, just like I always did. The house was quiet, and there was something peaceful about the sound of the wind blowing through the trees outside. I brewed my coffee and stared out the kitchen window, watching the snow fall. It was still dark outside, just after dawn, but I had work to do, and I needed to get moving. I had a small farm on the edge of town, and most days, I was by myself. I didn't mind it. I liked the quiet, the solitude. There was always something that needed attention, whether it was feeding the animals, clearing snow, or making sure everything was in order for the coming winter storms. I'd been living there for a few years, and aside from a few neighbors who lived a few miles away, I didn't interact much with anyone. I liked it that way. When I got to my car, parked in the driveway, I noticed something strange right away. A piece of paper was tucked under the windshield wiper. At first, I thought it was just a flyer or something, but as I walked closer, I saw it was a folded note, the edges of it stained with the snow. I hesitated for a second. It wasn't like me to find random notes on my car. But I shrugged it off, figuring it was just a prank or someone trying to get my attention. Maybe one of the neighbors had left it for me, though I couldn't imagine why. Still, I reached for it and unfolded it. The handwriting was messy, almost frantic, and the words were short, to the point, "Lock the barn door before sundown." I stood there in the snow, staring at the note. I read it over and over, thinking maybe I was missing something. My first thought was that it was some kind of mistake, maybe someone had left it for the wrong person. But then I realized that no one but me would have known I even had a barn. The nearest neighbors were miles away, and none of them ever really came by. I thought about it for a minute, trying to make sense of it. Was it a joke? Maybe someone had been messing with me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't. The note felt urgent, like a warning, and there was something unsettling about it. I shrugged it off, though. It could have just been some weird thing someone thought was funny. I didn't have time to dwell on it. I had work to do. I spent most of the morning clearing snow around the house, making sure the paths were clear and everything was in order. But the note kept nagging at the back of my mind. I kept telling myself it was nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. By the time afternoon rolled around, I'd almost forgotten about it. The snow had stopped falling, and the sun had come out, casting a soft glow over everything. I walked outside to check the animals, make sure they were all fed and settled in for the night. The barn was just across the yard from the house, a little ways down the hill. It was a sturdy, old building, nothing fancy, but it did the job. I stored hay in there, kept the animals inside when the weather got bad, and kept tools and equipment. It was never anything too special, just a part of the farm. But the note came back to me, uninvited, as I walked toward the barn. Lock the barn door before sundown. I stopped in my tracks. It was almost sunset, and the shadows were stretching long across the ground. The thought of locking the barn door seemed so odd. I'd never locked it before. It didn't make sense. Why would I? No one ever came by that way, and nothing had ever happened to make me feel like I needed to lock it. But still, there was that nagging feeling. I felt an unease in the pit of my stomach, like someone was watching me, though there was no one in sight. I tried to shake it off, but I couldn't. I stood there in the snow, staring at the barn. Something in my gut told me I should go inside and lock the door. The idea of not doing it, of just ignoring the note, felt wrong. I don't know why, but I felt like something bad would happen if I didn't. So, I went inside. The air inside the barn was cool and musty, smelling of hay and wood. The door was as I left it, nothing out of the ordinary, but I made sure to lock it anyway, just as the note said. I felt ridiculous, locking a door I'd never locked before, but something about the whole situation was giving me chills. Maybe I was overthinking it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been here recently, that something wasn't right. That night, I didn't sleep well. Every noise outside made me jump, and I kept hearing things that didn't make sense, the faint sound of footsteps in the snow, the creak of the floorboards when I was sure no one was around. I tried to tell myself it was the wind or the owls settling, but I knew it was more than that. The whole day had felt off, and the note still weighed on me. The next morning, I got up early and decided to go out and check the barn again. I wasn't sure why, but I felt like I had to. I half expected the door to be unlocked, but when I got there, everything was exactly as I'd left it. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But then I noticed something. The footprints in the snow leading up to the barn. They weren't mine. And they didn't look fresh, not from the snowstorm the night before. They were older, and they led right up to the door. My heart sank. I'd locked the barn door, but someone had been here. Someone had been in my yard, in the snow, just the night before. I don't know who it was or why they left the note. Maybe I'll never know. But after that day, I made sure to always lock that barn door. Even now, years later, I never leave it unlocked, no matter what. Something about that note, about the feeling that came with it, never really left me. I always wondered if I had been just one step away from something much worse. It's strange how excited you can be to start over, how certain you are that a new chapter in life will bring you peace and happiness. My family and I felt that way when we moved to the farmhouse. It was a dream, a beautiful, isolated property just outside of town. We were tired of the noise and the chaos of city life, and the idea of a peaceful country life seemed perfect. We thought the space would give us everything we needed, a quiet place to raise our daughter, grow a garden, have room to breathe. It was more than I could have hoped for. From the moment we arrived, everything seemed perfect. The house was beautiful, though a little older than we expected, with a big wraparound porch and a yard that stretched for acres. There were trees all around, and the smell of fresh air made me feel like we'd found a slice of paradise. My wife, Sarah, was excited too. We'd been looking for a place like this for years. Our daughter, Lily, was only 6, and she immediately took to the yard, running around, her laughter echoing through the trees. The neighbors, though, they were the first sign something wasn't quite right. At first, they seemed welcoming, almost too welcoming. They came by the day we moved in, 2 older men in their mid-60s, maybe 70s, both dressed in worn denim overalls. They introduced themselves as Tom and George. "Welcome to the neighborhood," they said, smiles stretching wide across their faces. "You folks are gonna love it out here. Best place to raise a family." We exchanged pleasantries, but there was something strange about them. Their smiles didn't quite reach their eyes, and there was a certain edge to their friendliness that felt off. They stood there just a little too long, and their eyes lingered on Sarah and Lily in a way that made my skin crawl. The first couple of weeks weren't bad. We started settling into the routine of country life. We had to get used to things being quieter, but that was fine. Sarah took to gardening, and Lily spent most of her days outside, playing near the woods at the edge of our property. At night, we'd sit on the porch with a glass of wine, watching the sun set over the field. It was everything we'd wanted. But slowly, things started to change. At first, it was small stuff, little things I brushed off. I'd come home from work to find the front door slightly ajar, even though I knew I'd locked it before leaving. The lights in the house would flicker at night, but not just once or twice. It was a pattern every night around 10:30 p.m. The lights would blink. It wasn't the kind of thing that would make you panic, but it unsettled me. Then there was the knocking. It started as soft, almost like a tap on the door in the middle of the night. I'd open it, and there would be no one there, just the dark, quiet night. I thought it was just the wind or a branch knocking against the door, but it kept happening at strange hours, when I would least expect it. Lily started acting odd too. She'd cry out in her sleep, muttering things I couldn't understand. Sometimes she'd get out of bed in the middle of the night and wander into the hallway, but when I'd ask her what she was doing, she'd just say, "I heard someone." But when I asked who, she wouldn't answer. I couldn't get her to explain it, and Sarah thought I was just overreacting. And then there were the animals. We had a dog, Max, and 2 cats. They were normally relaxed, but lately they'd act strange, whining at the door at night, staring into the woods, their fur standing on end like they were watching something. I didn't want to admit it to Sarah, but it made me uneasy. Something felt wrong, like we weren't alone here. It all came to a head one night, just a few weeks after we'd moved in. We were all sleeping in our beds when I woke up to the sound of my daughter calling for me. It was faint, like a whisper in the dark. I jumped out of bed, my heart racing, thinking maybe she'd had a nightmare. But when I opened her door, I froze. The bed was empty. There were no signs of her, no sign that she had even been there at all. The covers were tossed off, the pillow indented from where her head had been, but she was gone. I searched the house, waking Sarah and telling her to check every room, every closet. I went outside, calling her name, my breath catching in my throat. The air was cold, the trees silent. The whole place felt too quiet. It didn't make sense. She couldn't have gotten far, she was just 6. But there were no signs of her, not in the yard, not in the garden. Then I saw them. Muddy footprints leading away from the house, toward the woods. I followed them, Sarah behind me. The prints were small, too small to be anyone else's. They led us deeper into the trees, farther than Lily would normally go, even if she was playing. We followed the trail for what felt like forever, until we reached a small clearing at the edge of the woods. There, hidden behind some overgrown bushes, was an old shack. It wasn't on the property. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. I felt a chill crawl up my spine as I approached it. The door was slightly ajar, and I could hear something inside, like the faint shuffle of feet, like someone was waiting for us. Inside the shack, it was dark, damp. The air smelled musty, like it hadn't been disturbed in years. I flicked on my phone's flashlight, and that's when I saw it, a journal, resting on an old wooden crate. It was covered in dust, but it had clearly been used. I opened it, and what I read made my stomach turn. The journal was written by someone who had lived in the house before us, another family, years ago. They had vanished, just like we feared. The entries detailed how they'd heard strange noises at night, seen things moving outside their windows, and felt a constant presence in the woods. The final entry was the most chilling. They took her. I think we're next. The journal was full of more stories, each one from different families, all of them detailing strange events, disappearances, unexplained occurrences, things moving, whispers in the dark. As I read, I felt like I was suffocating. Each family who had lived here had experienced the same things we were going through. They had all left or vanished, and now we were here too. I snapped the journal shut and turned to Sarah, who was standing in the doorway, her face pale. I could see the fear in her eyes. "We need to leave," I said, my voice trembling. I didn't wait for her to respond. I turned and ran out of the shack, back to the house. We gathered our things as quickly as we could. I didn't know where we would go, but I knew we couldn't stay here any longer. By the time the sun came up, we were gone. We never went back. The farmhouse is still out there, waiting. But I don't care to know what's going on there anymore. Whatever it was, whatever happened to those families before us, I hope it stays in the past. We left that place behind, but I can still hear the whispers sometimes. When we moved into the cottage, it felt like the kind of place where we could finally breathe. It wasn't big, 2 bedrooms, a creaky wooden porch, a garden overrun with weeds, but it had charm. Emily and I wanted to leave the city behind, and this seemed like the perfect spot. It sat at the end of a gravel road, surrounded by trees, with no neighbors close enough to hear or bother us. The air was quiet, except for birds and the wind. For the first time in years, we felt like things were going to be okay. The first time we saw him was maybe 3 days after moving in. I was unpacking boxes in the living room while Emily worked in the kitchen. Through the window above the sink, she noticed him standing near the garden. She called me over quietly, like she wasn't sure if she should be worried. The man was old, thin and hunched, wearing a weathered jacket that looked like it had seen more winters than he had. His face was rough, lined with deep wrinkles, and he wore a brown cap pulled low over his head. He was just standing there, staring at the house. At first, I thought he might have wandered in off the road, but the way he stood, it wasn't casual. It was like he knew the place. I stepped out onto the porch, calling out to him. He didn't answer right away, just turned slowly to look at me. When he finally spoke, his voice was deep and gravelly, like he hadn't used it in a while. "I lived here once," he said. "This is my home." I didn't know how to respond. I told him we'd just bought the place from the real estate company, and if he'd lived here before, it must have been years ago. He didn't argue or explain, just nodded and said, "I'll be back tomorrow." Then he walked away. Not down the gravel road or toward the woods, but around the side of the house, disappearing through the trees. Emily and I didn't know what to make of it. She asked if we should call someone, maybe the police or a local outreach program, but he hadn't done anything threatening. It was strange, sure, but we figured he was just some old man with nowhere else to go, clinging to memories of his past. The next morning, I found him sitting on the edge of the garden, picking at the weeds. He didn't look up when I walked out, just kept working like he belonged there. When I asked what he was doing, he said he was keeping the place tidy. I told him he couldn't be on the property without our permission, but he barely reacted. He just muttered, "I've been here longer than you," and went back to pulling weeds. That day, I called the real estate company, asking if they knew anything about the previous owners. They told me the cottage had been vacant for nearly a decade before we bought it. The last person on record was an older woman who'd passed away years ago. There was no mention of anyone else living there. That night, Emily and I double-checked the locks on all the doors and windows before going to bed. We didn't see the old man for the rest of the day, but it felt like he was still there somehow. I couldn't stop thinking about the way he'd said, "This is my home," like it wasn't up for debate. The next few days, he kept showing up. Sometimes, we'd find him sitting on the porch steps, staring out at the garden. Other times, he'd be in the yard, pacing slowly like he was looking for something. Every time I confronted him, he said the same thing, "I lived here once. This is my home." It was starting to wear on us. Emily was nervous about leaving the house when I wasn't there, and I was losing sleep, worried he'd try to come inside. One evening, after he'd left, I decided to search the garden. I thought maybe he was looking for something he'd buried there, some keepsake or piece of his past he couldn't let go of. I dug through the soil in a few places but didn't find anything except roots and rocks. Still, the way he lingered around the garden made it feel like there was something we were missing. That night, I woke up to the sound of the porch creaking. I got out of bed quietly, grabbed the flashlight we kept by the nightstand, and crept to the front door. When I looked out through the peephole, he was standing there, just inches from the door. He wasn't knocking or trying to get in, just standing, staring at the wood like he could see through it. I didn't open the door. I didn't say anything. I just stood there, holding my breath, waiting for him to leave. Eventually, he stepped off the porch and disappeared into the dark. The next morning, I called the police. 2 officers came out and took a statement, but there wasn't much they could do. He hadn't damaged anything or tried to break in, and they couldn't arrest someone for trespassing unless they caught him in the act. They said they patrolled the area more often, but I could tell they didn't think it was a big deal. Just an old man, they said. Probably confused. That afternoon, Emily found something in the garden. She was pulling weeds near the back fence when she uncovered a small wooden box, buried just under the surface. Inside was a photograph, faded and yellowed with age. It showed a younger version of the old man, standing in front of the cottage with a woman and a little boy. They were smiling, but there was something off about the picture. The way they stood, the way their smiles didn't quite reach their eyes, it made my skin crawl. That evening, when he showed up again, I confronted him with the photo. I asked him who the people were, thinking maybe it would make him open up or explain himself. Instead, he just looked at it for a long time, then handed it back without a word. He turned and walked away, leaving me standing there with more questions than answers. The last time I saw him was 2 nights later. I woke up to the sound of the back door rattling, like someone was trying to open it. I grabbed the flashlight and went to the kitchen, my heart pounding. Through the window, I saw him standing in the garden, holding the wooden box in his hands. He wasn't looking at me or the house this time, he was looking at the box, almost like he was saying goodbye. I watched as he set the box down in the garden, then turned and walked into the woods. He didn't come back after that. Emily and I decided to move a few months later. We never told the new buyers about the old man. Sometimes, I wonder if he's still out there, sitting in the garden, waiting for someone to bring him home. The first time I heard it, I thought it was just another bad neighbor. I was sitting on my couch, trying to unwind after work, and it started shouting, loud enough that I couldn't focus on anything else. It was muffled, but I could make out the rise and fall of a man's voice. I wasn't close enough to catch the words, but the tone was unmistakable. Anger. I sighed, annoyed, but didn't think much of it. I'd lived in apartments before and knew how thin the walls could be. People fought. It happened. The shouting went on for nearly an hour, sometimes breaking into what sounded like full-blown yelling. Then it stopped, just as suddenly as it had started. I waited for a while, expecting it to start again, but it didn't. I figured it was over, so I went back to what I was doing. The next night, it happened again. I was lying in bed when I heard it, that same angry voice carrying through the wall. This time, I could make out more of it. He was accusing someone of something. "Why would you do that?" he said, his voice harsh. "You know what you did." There was no reply, just his voice, growing louder and angrier. I sat up in bed, now fully awake. My building wasn't exactly full of warm, neighborly people, but this seemed more than just a fight. It sounded personal. I thought about going over there, maybe knocking on their door to make sure everything was okay. But then I told myself it wasn't my business. People argue. Couples argue. And honestly, I wasn't keen on getting involved in someone else's drama. The yelling stopped after about 40 minutes, leaving the apartment eerily quiet. The next day, I ran into my landlord in the hallway. She was an older woman who lived on the ground floor and took care of the place herself. I decided to mention it, not to complain, but just to see if she knew anything. "Hey, do you know who lives next door to me?" I asked. "I've been hearing some pretty loud arguments coming through the wall." She looked at me, confused. "Next door?" "Yeah," I said, pointing toward the unit to my left. "The guy who lives there." I think he's been fighting with someone. It's been loud the last couple of nights. She frowned, shaking her head. That unit's been empty for years. I haven't rented it out since the last tenant left. I felt my stomach drop. Are you sure? I've been hearing someone in there. A man yelling. She nodded, her expression serious. There's no one living there. I'd know if there was. I didn't know what to say. I stood there for a moment, trying to process what she just told me. Maybe you heard something from another unit, she offered, though she didn't sound convinced. No, it's definitely coming from that wall, I said. She promised to check the unit later that day and let me know if she found anything. I went to work, still thinking about it. When I got home that evening, there was a note taped to my door. It was from the landlord. I checked the unit. Everything's fine. No sign of anyone living there. Let me know if you hear anything else. Her words didn't make me feel better. If anything, they made me more uneasy. That night, I heard the yelling again. This time, I pressed my ear to the wall, trying to make out more of the words. His voice was angrier than ever, and I could hear him pacing, the floorboards creaking under his weight. You think I don't know? He shouted. You think you can just get away with it? There was a crash, like something heavy being thrown against the wall. I jumped back, my heart racing. I grabbed my phone and texted the landlord. He's yelling again. Are you sure no one's in there? She didn't reply. I decided to take matters into my own hands. I grabbed my keys and went into the hallway. The door to the adjoining unit was right there, just a few feet from mine. I stood in front of it, listening. It was silent. I knocked, my hand shaking. No response. I knocked again, louder this time. Hello? I called out. Is everything okay in there? Still nothing. I tried the doorknob. It was locked. I went back to my apartment, feeling more unsettled than ever. The next morning, I cornered the landlord again. There's someone in there, I told her. I heard him yelling all night. I knocked, but no one answered. She sighed, clearly annoyed. I told you, no one lives there. I checked yesterday, and everything was fine. Can you check again? I asked. She hesitated, but finally agreed. We went up together. She unlocked the door and pushed it open. The unit was empty, just like she'd said. There was no furniture, no signs that anyone had been there. But then I noticed something marks on the floor, near the wall we shared. It looked like something had been dragged across the wood, leaving faint scratches. What's that? I asked, pointing to the marks. She frowned, bending down to get a closer look. Could be from the last tenant, she said, though she didn't sound convinced. I didn't push it. That night, the yelling started again. This time, it was louder than ever, like he was right there in the room with me. I didn't sleep. The next day, I called the police. I told them I was hearing loud arguments coming from the adjoining unit and that I was worried someone might be in danger. When they arrived, I led them to the empty unit. The landlord let them in, and they searched the place thoroughly. They didn't find anything. One of the officers pulled me aside. Are you sure the noise is coming from this unit? He asked. Yes, I said. It's definitely coming through that wall. He nodded but didn't look convinced. After they left, I felt more alone than ever. No one believed me. That night, the yelling started again, but this time, it was different. His voice wasn't angry anymore. It was calm, almost mocking. I know you're listening, he said, his voice low and deliberate. I froze, every hair on my body standing on end. I know you can hear me. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. For hours, I sat there, listening as he whispered things I couldn't quite make out. The next morning, I packed my things and left. I didn't tell the landlord, didn't explain to anyone. I just left. I don't know who or what was in that apartment, and I don't care. All I know is that I'll never live in a place with shared walls again. It happened last year, and I'll never forget it. I still get a little uneasy when I think about it, especially when I'm driving at night or in storms. It's not something you can easily shake off. I was driving home from a business trip, a 3-hour drive through mostly empty roads. It had been a long day, and I was looking forward to getting home. Of course, the weather didn't help. It had started raining lightly around the time I left, but as the night went on, the storm got worse. The rain turned into sheets, and the wind picked up. The visibility was terrible. I could barely see the road ahead of me, and the wipers on my car could barely keep up. Around midnight, my gas light came on. I tried to push it, but the nearest gas station was miles away, and I could tell the car wasn't going to make it much farther. I wasn't thrilled about stopping at a random station in the middle of nowhere, but I didn't have much choice. Eventually, I saw the flickering lights of an old, run-down gas station. The kind you don't see much anymore. It had the faded neon sign that buzzed and a dimly lit parking lot. It looked like it hadn't been updated in years, but it had gas, so I pulled in. I parked by the pump, and as I got out of the car, I noticed that there was no one around. The station was empty, except for a flickering light coming from inside the store. The wind howled and the rain poured down, making everything feel even more isolated. I went to fill up, and the whole time I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. I glanced over at the door of the station's convenience store, and that's when I saw him. He was standing just inside the door, barely visible through the rain streaking down the windows. He wasn't doing anything, just standing there, staring at me. At first, I thought he was maybe the cashier, just hanging around in the warmth of the store. But something about the way he stood there, motionless, watching me, made me feel uncomfortable. I tried not to look directly at him, but I could feel his eyes on me. It wasn't just a glance, but something more unsettling. It felt like he was studying me. I kept my head down and focused on pumping the gas, trying to ignore the feeling crawling up my spine. I was almost done when I heard his voice, low and raspy. "Nice car," he said. "You drive this often?" I didn't know what to say. The tone of his voice was strange, like he was asking something more than just a simple question. I tried to ignore him, but then he spoke again, this time with more directness. "You live around here?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. I froze. It was late, I was alone, and the storm outside made everything feel like it was in some kind of eerie vacuum. The more he spoke, the more uncomfortable I became. There was something wrong with this guy, something that didn't sit right. He was too calm, too focused on me. "No," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just passing through." I finished filling up the tank, and as I was putting the nozzle back, I glanced at the door again. The man was still standing there, watching me. He didn't move, didn't even acknowledge that I had finished. I grabbed the receipt, trying to hurry, feeling the weight of his stare on my back. As I started to walk back to my car, he stepped outside. The door creaked as he pushed it open, and I noticed he was still staring at me, as though he was waiting for something. He walked slowly toward me, but not in a threatening way. More like he was just observing, calculating. I froze when he stepped right in front of my car, blocking my way. I wasn't sure what to do. I could have honked my horn, maybe driven around him, but there was something in the way he stood there that made me second-guess every move. "Where you headed?" he asked, still in that same low voice. It wasn't casual. It wasn't friendly. It felt almost predatory. I gave him a quick, forced smile. "I'm just going home." He didn't move. He stood there, looking directly at me, almost like he was waiting for me to say something more. I shifted uncomfortably, my fingers gripping the steering wheel, but I couldn't back up without running him over. "That's a nice car," he repeated, like he was trying to start a conversation again. But something about it didn't feel right. It wasn't small talk. It felt like an interrogation. "Does it ever break down on you?" I glanced at the gas meter. The car was fine. Everything was fine. Why was he asking all these strange questions? I had an overwhelming urge to just drive off, but something in me told me not to provoke him. I didn't want to make him angry, and I didn't know how he would react. "I'm fine," I said, trying to sound confident. "Thanks." But he didn't move. He stood there for a moment longer, still watching me, before taking a step closer, his eyes narrowing just slightly. "You should wait for a tow." I blinked, not understanding. "What?" "You should wait for a tow," he repeated, now more forcefully, pointing toward the front of my car. "Car's not going anywhere." I was confused and a little scared. The car was fine, and there was no reason I couldn't leave. I looked around, hoping to see someone else, someone who could confirm that this guy was just a weird, harmless loner. But no one else was in sight. It was just him and me, and he wasn't moving. "I'm fine," I said again, my voice shaky now. "I don't need a tow." He didn't respond immediately, but I saw a strange look cross his face, almost like he wasn't going to let it go. He stepped aside a little, but I could still see that he was blocking the exit. He stood there for a few more moments, watching me, before finally backing up and turning around. "All right," he muttered, "but you should be careful out there. People like you shouldn't be out in storms like this." I didn't know what to say, so I just nodded, thankful he wasn't pressing any further. I quickly got in my car and started the engine, my hands still shaking from the encounter. I didn't look back as I drove off, but I felt his eyes on me the whole time. It wasn't until I was far down the road, with the gas station far behind me, that I felt a little bit of relief. I don't know why, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was very wrong with that man, and I never want to be in a situation like that again. I still don't know if he was just a lonely guy or if he had something more sinister in mind, but I trust my gut, and my gut told me to get out of there as quickly as possible. The station was almost completely empty that night, apart from the faint sound of the ticket machine humming and the distant rattle of wind against the overhang. I'd missed the earlier train by just a minute, so I had no choice but to wait for the last one. It was late, almost midnight, and the cold was creeping into my bones. The rain wasn't helping either. It was one of those steady, relentless rains that made everything feel heavier. I sat on the bench under the overhang, close enough to the tracks to hear the occasional drip of water from the edge of the shelter. The electronic board said the train was running 10 minutes late. I wasn't surprised, it always seemed to happen at this station. I adjusted my bag on my lap and tried to keep my focus on the platform, even though there wasn't much to look at. That's when I noticed him. At first, I thought he was just another passenger waiting for the same train. He was pacing back and forth on the far side of the platform, where the light didn't quite reach. His movements were jerky, like he couldn't decide which way to go. He'd take a few steps one way, stop, turn around, and pace back the other way. He didn't have an umbrella, and the rain was soaking through his clothes, but he didn't seem to care. His head was tilted slightly down, like he was talking to himself. I tried not to look directly at him, but it was hard to ignore him. The way he moved felt off. He wasn't in a hurry, but he wasn't relaxed either. It was like he had nowhere to be but couldn't stand still. I told myself he was probably just someone waiting, same as me. Maybe he was frustrated about the delay. People react differently to stress. I pulled out my phone and pretended to scroll through messages, though there wasn't much service out there. After a few minutes, I heard his footsteps getting closer. I didn't want to look up, but I could feel him moving toward me. The sound of his shoes on the wet concrete was louder now, slower, deliberate. He stopped a few feet away from the bench. "Waiting for the last one?" he asked. His voice was flat, neither friendly nor threatening, but it caught me off guard. I looked up, and he was staring at me. His face was pale, with dark circles under his eyes, like he hadn't slept in days. His hair was plastered to his forehead from the rain, and his clothes clung to him, heavy with water. "Yes," I said, keeping my answer short. I hoped that would end the conversation, but it didn't. "You shouldn't wait," he said, tilting his head slightly. "It's not coming." I blinked, unsure how to respond. The board still said the train was delayed, not canceled. "It's late, but it'll come," I said, trying to sound confident, even though his tone unsettled me. He shook his head slowly, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "No, it never comes. Not this one." I shifted on the bench, gripping my bag tighter. "What do you mean?" He stepped closer, and I could see his hands trembling slightly. "The last one," he said, his voice lowering. "It's not like the others. You don't want to get on it." I glanced around the platform, hoping to see someone else, anyone, but we were still alone. The lights flickered briefly, and I felt a chill that wasn't just from the rain. "I think you're mistaken," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I've taken the last train before." He laughed softly, but it wasn't a warm sound. It was dry and hollow. "Not this one," he said again, as if it was obvious. He moved to sit down on the bench, leaving just enough space between us that I couldn't get up without brushing past him. I thought about leaving, walking back to the ticket office, but the idea of being out there in the open felt worse somehow. At least under the overhang, I could see him. Out there, I wouldn't know if he was following me. "You don't believe me," he said, watching me carefully. "That's fine. Most don't." I didn't answer. I just stared at the electronic board, willing it to update, to tell me the train was finally approaching. But it stayed the same. "I used to wait, too," he said after a moment. "Back before I understood." "Understood what?" I asked, despite myself. He leaned back, tilting his face up toward the rain. "That some trains aren't meant to take you anywhere you want to go." I wanted to tell him to leave me alone, but something in his voice stopped me. He sounded so sure, so certain. It was unsettling, like he wasn't just talking to me, he was warning me. The sound of a distant horn broke the tension, and I felt a surge of relief. The train was coming. I stood up, clutching my bag, but he didn't move. He just watched me with that same faint smile. "It's here," I said, more to myself than to him. He shook his head again. "You think it's here, but it's not." I ignored him and stepped closer to the edge of the platform. The train's headlights cut through the rain, and the horn sounded again, louder this time. I glanced back at the bench, but the man hadn't moved. He was still sitting there, staring at me. As the train pulled into the station, I felt a strange sense of unease. The windows were dark, and I couldn't see anyone inside. The doors hissed open, and I hesitated for a moment. "Don't," the man said softly behind me. "Just walk away." I turned to look at him, and for the first time, his expression changed. He wasn't smiling anymore. His face was tense, almost pleading. I don't know why I listened. Maybe it was the way he looked at me, or maybe it was just instinct, but I took a step back from the train. The door stayed open, waiting, but I didn't move. After a moment, the doors closed, and the train started to pull away. I watched it disappear into the rain, and the platform was silent again. When I turned back to the bench, the man was gone. There was no sign of him anywhere on the platform or in the parking lot. It was like he'd vanished. I waited for the next train, and it came without any trouble. But I've never stopped thinking about that night, and I've never taken the last train again. I don't know what would have happened if I'd gotten on, but I don't want to find out. I was on a solo hiking trip up a mountain pass, just a few hours hike to the summit and then back down the next day. I planned everything carefully: extra water, food, a map, and a tent in case I needed to camp. It was supposed to be straightforward, nothing dangerous. I'd done a lot of hikes alone before, and I liked the quiet. Being out in the mountains made me feel calm, cleared my head. It was late afternoon when I met them. I was halfway up, just reaching the tree line, and the air was getting cooler. That's when I saw an older couple coming down the trail toward me. They looked like they were in their 60s or maybe early 70s, wearing proper hiking gear, boots, layers, the whole bit. The man waved as they got closer, and I gave a small wave back, not thinking much of it. As they got close, the woman smiled at me, a friendly kind of smile, and asked if I was hiking alone. I said I was, and she nodded, saying she'd done the same plenty of times when she was younger. They introduced themselves, Tom and Margaret, and we made a bit of small talk. I was ready to keep moving, just being polite, but they seemed interested in chatting. Tom asked if I was planning to camp at the summit or go back down, and I told them I'd probably just go up and down in one go. Margaret looked at me with this concerned expression and said, "Oh, are you sure? It gets cold up there at night, and the weather can change so fast." I reassured her I was prepared, and that I'd be fine. I thought they were just being nice, maybe worried about me being alone. But then Tom laughed a bit, in a strange way, and said, "Well, you don't want to end up like the others." I stopped for a second, caught off guard by the way he'd said it. I asked what he meant, but he just shook his head, like it was some kind of joke I wasn't in on. Margaret gave him a look, a quick glance that seemed to shut him up. I shrugged it off and started to say goodbye, figuring that was the end of it, but Margaret stepped closer to me, like she wasn't done talking. She said, "You know, we're staying at a spot just off the trail, not far from here. You should stop by on your way down. Have a meal with us." I felt uneasy, but I tried not to show it. I said maybe, thanked them, and started moving along. I had barely gone a few steps when I realized they were following me, walking at a slow pace, just a bit behind. It didn't feel right. Something about them, about the way they'd looked at me, it wasn't just friendly. I sped up a little, putting some distance between us, but every time I glanced back, they were there, walking just close enough that I could hear their footsteps crunching on the path. It felt like they were waiting for something, keeping me in their line of sight. I kept telling myself I was just being paranoid, that they were just being friendly in an awkward way, but I couldn't shake the feeling. After a while, I stopped, pretending to adjust my pack, just to see if they'd pass me and keep going. But when I turned around, they were stopped too, both of them just standing there, not doing anything, just watching me. I forced myself to smile, hoping maybe they'd get the hint, but they didn't move. Tom called out, "Still coming down this way later, aren't you?" I mumbled something like maybe and kept walking. I picked up my pace, pushing myself harder than I'd planned. The summit didn't feel important anymore. I just wanted to get far enough ahead to lose them. But even as I hurried, I could feel the knot of dread growing in my stomach, like they were somehow still keeping up. After what felt like forever, I made it to the summit. It was beautiful, just like I'd hoped, but I didn't feel safe enough to enjoy it. I wanted to rest, maybe take some photos, but I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see them coming up behind me. When I finally didn't, I figured they must have turned back. The idea of going down the same way, knowing they were somewhere on that trail, made me feel sick. But I didn't have much choice. The only other path down was rougher, longer. I decided to go down quickly, just get it over with. As I started down, I was trying to keep myself calm, focusing on my steps. But I was barely 20 minutes into the descent when I saw them. They were standing on the trail ahead of me, as if they'd been waiting. Tom was leaning on his hiking pole, smiling like we were old friends, while Margaret waved like it was some casual thing, like they hadn't just been waiting there in the middle of nowhere. I stopped, feeling trapped. Tom called out, "You're coming with us, right? We've got plenty of food, and it's not safe to go down alone." I didn't answer, just nodded slowly, not wanting to make them angry. I thought maybe if I played along, they'd leave me alone eventually. So I walked closer, keeping my distance but not turning back. Margaret smiled and said, "You're smart to stick with us. Not everyone out here is as friendly as we are." They started walking, one on either side of me, keeping pace like they were escorting me. I didn't say anything, just nodded when they spoke, tried to keep my face neutral. I was terrified, but I knew I couldn't let them see it. Every now and then, I'd glance at them, and they'd be looking at me in this strange, expectant way, like they were waiting for something. Then Tom said something that made my blood run cold. He said, "You must be exhausted from all those late nights studying. We know you've been working hard. It's why we wanted to make sure you got some rest." I froze. I hadn't told them anything about my life, let alone about studying. But they just kept walking, like what they'd said was completely normal. I forced a laugh, pretending like maybe I'd told them and forgotten, but they didn't laugh back. They just stared at me, with this look that was too intense, too knowing. Finally, we reached a small clearing with a tent set up, a fire pit, and a few scattered items, some blankets, a couple of bags, things that looked like they'd been there a while. Tom gestured for me to sit by the fire pit, and I lowered myself down slowly, every nerve on edge. I tried to think of a way to get out, some excuse, but nothing came to mind. They sat down across from me, staring with those same blank, unsettling expressions. Margaret pulled out a tin of food, handed it to me, but I shook my head, saying I wasn't hungry. Tom just laughed, that same weird laugh, and said, "You'll feel better after you eat. We'll all feel better." At that point, I knew I had to get out of there. I made some excuse, something about needing to use the bathroom, and stood up, walking toward the trees. As soon as I was out of sight, I took off, running as fast as I could back toward the trail. I didn't look back, didn't stop, just kept running, my heart pounding, lungs burning. I could hear them behind me after a while, their voices calling out, telling me to come back, that it wasn't safe. But I didn't stop. I kept running, the trail blurring around me, branches scratching my arms and face. Eventually, I made it back to the main trailhead, where my car was parked. I got in, locked the doors, and drove away as fast as I could. I still don't know how they knew about my studying, my life. I hadn't told them a thing, and there's no way they could have guessed it. Sometimes I wonder if they're out there, waiting, finding others like me, people hiking alone, knowing things they shouldn't. I'll never go back to that trail, never hike alone again. I worked a late shift at a cafe that stayed open until midnight, and the walk home was always the worst part of my day. Most nights it was quiet, just the usual empty streets, but I'd always feel like someone was watching me. I put it down to being tired or paranoid. I wasn't usually a nervous person, but that walk alone in the dark, it just did something to my mind. One night, close to 12:30, I left work and started my walk back. The street was completely empty, like always, just a few lights from closed shops and the occasional flickering street lamp. I put my hands in my pockets and started down the sidewalk, keeping my head down, focusing on my breathing. About halfway home, I heard something behind me, a faint echo of footsteps. At first, I thought it was just my own footsteps bouncing off the buildings. I even stopped walking, just to make sure. When I stopped, the other footsteps stopped too. That's when my stomach turned cold. I couldn't see anyone behind me, but I knew someone was there. I started walking again, a little faster this time, listening closely. After a few seconds, I heard it again, the soft shuffle of steps keeping pace with mine. I didn't look back. I told myself that it was just someone walking in the same direction, going home like me. But I felt this weight pressing down on me, like something bad was just behind my shoulder. I reached the corner, turning onto a narrow street, and dared a quick glance over my shoulder. There he was, a man, dressed in dark clothes, maybe 30 feet behind. He was walking slow, too slow for someone just heading home. It was like he was matching my speed on purpose. I turned back around, my heart hammering in my chest. I kept moving, trying to act normal, but all I could think about was him following me. My mind was racing. What if he knew I noticed him? What if that made it worse? I sped up a bit, trying to keep calm. The steps behind me got faster too, like he was keeping just close enough for me to hear him. I wanted to look back, but I was too scared to. After a few blocks, I took another turn, heading down a side street, hoping I could lose him that way. The footsteps paused for a second, then picked up again, right behind me. I felt like I was being hunted. I turned again, down an alley, the kind you'd only go through if you were desperate. The alley was dark, barely lit, with tall buildings on either side. I kept moving, praying he'd pass by or get tired of this game. But when I got halfway through, I heard the footsteps stop. I turned slowly, trying to keep my breath steady. He was there, standing at the mouth of the alley, watching me. He didn't say anything, didn't try to hide that he was staring. I could see his face now, illuminated by the faint light from a street lamp. He was a stranger, but at the same time, not. I remembered him. Weeks ago, he'd come into the cafe. He'd only ordered a coffee, stayed for maybe 10 minutes, barely talked, just sat there watching me the whole time. I'd forgotten about him until now, but now I couldn't unsee it. He took a step toward me, slow and deliberate. I backed up, my hands starting to shake. "What do you want?" I managed to choke out, my voice trembling. He didn't answer, just kept moving forward. I felt trapped, knowing the only way out was past him. I tried to keep my head up, tried to act like I wasn't scared, but I could feel the panic rising in my chest. He stopped a few feet away from me, close enough that I could smell his stale breath. His eyes were cold, focused right on me. It was like he was waiting, watching to see what I'd do next. I couldn't just stand there. I took a deep breath and forced myself to speak. Look, I'm just trying to go home. I don't know what you want, but please, just let me go. He tilted his head, like he was considering it, but there was something in his eyes that told me he wasn't going to leave me alone. He took another step forward, and that's when I knew I had to act. Without thinking, I darted to the side, running past him as fast as I could, my feet pounding on the pavement. I could hear him behind me, running too, his steps echoing in the narrow alley. I ran faster, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I rounded the corner, back onto the main street, hoping he'd give up, hoping someone else would be around. But it was dead silent, not a single person in sight. I kept running, looking for any open door, any place I could duck into, but every shop was closed, the lights off. I could still hear his footsteps behind me, getting closer. I turned down another street, looking for any place to hide. I spotted a small alley between two buildings, barely wide enough for me to squeeze through, and darted into it. I pressed myself against the wall, holding my breath, listening as his footsteps slowed, then stopped just outside. He was close, so close I could hear him breathing. I shut my eyes, willing myself to be invisible. He stood there, just a few feet away, and I heard him mutter something under his breath. I couldn't make out the words, but it was enough to know he hadn't given up. I heard him step back onto the main street, his footsteps fading as he walked away, but I didn't move. I stayed pressed against the wall, waiting, my body tense, afraid he'd come back. When I finally dared to step out of the alley, I didn't see him anywhere. I stayed close to the buildings, moving as quietly as I could, my eyes scanning every shadow, every corner. My apartment was just a few blocks away, but those blocks felt like miles. When I finally got inside, I locked the door and slid down to the floor, my whole body shaking. I sat there in the dark for a long time, listening, waiting, afraid he'd somehow found me again. That night, I barely slept. Every sound outside, every creak, made me jump. I kept seeing his face, those eyes, the way he'd stared at me like I was some kind of prize. I don't know what he wanted, or why he was following me. But I know I'll never forget that feeling, the fear of being hunted, the way he watched me, like he already knew he'd find me again. Since then, I don't work late shifts anymore. And I never walk home alone at night. I had been working as a campus security guard for a few months. The job felt good. It kept me active and gave me a sense of purpose. My hours were mostly quiet, with just a few students wandering about at night and a few buildings to check on. I would drive around, keeping an eye on things, listening to the radio and enjoying the peace that settled over the campus after dark. It started with a note. One night, after I finished my rounds, I walked back to my car parked near the student center. I noticed a small piece of paper tucked under the windshield wiper. At first, I thought it was some kind of prank or a flyer, but when I pulled it out, I felt my heart drop. The note read, "I hope your daughter is doing well in school. She is so bright. I see her every day." I froze. How did someone know I had a daughter? I was careful about sharing personal information, especially with students. I glanced around, expecting to see someone watching me, but the campus was empty, the only sound coming from the distant trees rustling in the wind. I shoved the note into my pocket, uneasy but trying to shake it off. The next night, I found another note on my car. "Your wife must be proud of how hard you work. I can tell you love your family." It was unsettling. I did not understand how this person knew about my family. I started to feel paranoid. I began looking around while I did my rounds, scanning the shadows for any sign of movement, but I never saw anything. Days passed, and the notes kept coming. Each one revealed more personal details. Your daughter loves to play soccer. I see her practicing. She is really good. I saw you at the grocery store last week. You should try the apples. They look good. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. It was like someone was following me, watching me, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves. I told my supervisor about the notes, but he brushed it off. It is probably just some kid messing around. Don't let it get to you. I wanted to believe that, but it was hard when the notes became more frequent, arriving almost every shift. I started taking different routes when I left my car, making sure to check my surroundings, looking for any sign of someone lurking in the shadows. It became a routine, and each night felt heavier than the last. My sleep was disturbed by anxiety, and I started to dread my shifts. The campus that once felt safe now felt like a trap. One night, while I was making my rounds, I noticed a student lingering near the library. He was dressed in a hoodie, his hands shoved deep in his pockets. He kept glancing in my direction, and I felt an uneasy chill run down my spine. I approached him, trying to act casual. You should head back to your dorm. It is late, I said, trying to gauge his reaction. He looked up, and for a moment, our eyes met. There was something unsettling in the way he stared at me. He nodded, but his expression did not change. As I turned to walk away, I felt his gaze bore into my back. The hairs on my neck stood up. That night, I found another note waiting for me on the windshield of my car. I saw you talking to that boy. You should be careful. Not everyone is as nice as you. My hand shook as I crumpled the paper. It felt like a threat now, like this person was trying to scare me. I decided enough was enough. I went to the police station nearby and reported everything. I showed them the notes and explained how I felt. They listened, but I could tell they did not take it seriously. They promised to keep an eye on the campus and said they would increase patrols, but it did not ease my mind. After that, I became hypervigilant. I stayed alert, scanning the area wherever I went. I took mental notes of who was around me, which students were near the buildings, and what time they left. Each night, I felt more like a prisoner to my own fears. I would check the parking lot twice before getting into my car, convinced that someone would jump out at me. One evening, as I was leaving for my shift, I spotted the same student from before. He was sitting on a bench near the student union, staring into the distance. My heart raced as I tried to make sense of my next steps. I decided to confront him. What are you doing here? I asked, keeping my tone steady. He looked at me, and for a moment, I saw a flicker of something. Fear? Guilt? He stood up slowly. I am just sitting. I like to watch the stars, he said, but his voice lacked conviction. Is that why you keep following me? I pressed. I do not follow you, he insisted, but his eyes darted away. The tension in the air was thick. I know you have been leaving notes on my car. You need to stop, I said, my voice firm. He blinked, surprised, but then something shifted in his demeanor. A smirk crept onto his face, and he took a step closer. You should be careful. You never know who is watching you. That was enough for me. I took a step back, my instinct screaming at me to get away. I turned and walked quickly to my car, not looking back. I was scared, but I knew I had to act. I drove straight to the police station. I needed them to take this seriously. I told them everything, the notes, the student, the confrontation. This time, they listened. An officer agreed to accompany me back to the campus to see if we could find the student. We drove around, and after some time, we spotted him walking on the path near the library. The officer got out and approached him while I stayed in the car, watching. I felt my heart pounding as I waited. I wanted to scream, to shout at the officer to be careful. After a few moments, the officer returned, his expression serious. "We need to talk to you," he said to the student, who seemed to deflate at the confrontation. It turned out that he was indeed the one leaving the notes. The officer searched his belongings and found several crumpled pieces of paper with details about my life, notes that echoed the messages I had received. The student was taken away by the police, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. After that night, I felt a heavy weight lift. The notes stopped, and the campus returned to a sense of normalcy. I still kept my guard up for a while, but the feeling of being watched faded with time. I learned to appreciate the quiet moments again, to enjoy the peace of my shifts without that gnawing sense of dread. Life slowly returned to normal, but I never forgot that feeling of being hunted. The campus, once a safe haven, now held memories of fear. But I also learned to be vigilant, to trust my instincts, and never to dismiss the signs when something felt off. I had been working the night shift at the rural bus depot for almost a year. The hours were long and quiet, filled mostly with the soft hum of the vending machine and the occasional radio chatter from the buses out on the routes. Most nights, I had the place to myself, save for the few drivers coming in for their breaks or dropping off paperwork. I got used to the silence and darkness that enveloped the depot after hours. It all started about a month ago. I noticed something odd one evening when I went to get into my car after my shift. It was parked under the flickering light by the entrance. I saw handprints smudged across the windshield and the driver's side window. They were small and dirty, too small to be from an adult, and I felt an uneasy chill run down my spine. At first, I thought maybe a kid had been playing around, but the thought didn't sit well with me. I wiped the glass clean, shrugged it off, and drove home. The next night, the handprints were back. They were in the same places as before. I was more alert this time, checking my surroundings, but I didn't see anyone. I looked around the empty lot, the shadows stretching in odd directions, but I still found nothing. I told myself that it was probably just a prank. Maybe some kids had found their way into the lot during the day and left the prints there. I convinced myself not to worry. But then, it kept happening. Each night, I would find those same handprints waiting for me. Each time, I felt a creeping sense of dread wash over me, but I would clean them off and try to forget it. On the nights when the prints were there, I was more on edge than usual, listening for sounds in the quiet, trying to shake the feeling that I was being watched. About 2 weeks in, I decided to report it to my boss. I didn't want to sound paranoid, but I felt like I should mention it. He brushed it off, said it was probably just some kids messing around. He assured me that it was nothing to worry about. I wanted to believe him, but the next night the handprints were back again, and now they were smudged even worse, as if someone had been pressing their whole face against the glass, looking in. I began to dread my shifts. My nerves were frayed, and I couldn't concentrate on my work. I felt like I was being stalked by something unseen. I started double-checking the locks on the office doors, making sure the security cameras were working, even though I felt ridiculous. It was just me, the depot, and the darkness. Then came that night, the night everything changed. It was late, around 2 in the morning. I had just finished a call for a bus that was running late. I looked out the window, and everything was still. The lot was empty, the buses quiet, shadows stretching in the pale moonlight. I took a moment to breathe, trying to shake off the anxiety that had become my constant companion. I decided to step outside for some fresh air, hoping it would calm my nerves. I walked to my car, feeling uneasy but determined to find some peace. As I reached for the door handle, I glanced at the bus parked next to mine. It was one of the older models, the kind that made a lot of noise when they rolled down the street. The door was slightly ajar, and I saw a dim light flickering inside. My heart raced. I walked closer, peering into the bus. The seats were empty, but then I noticed a figure in the back, partially hidden in the shadows. It was hard to see clearly, but I could make out the outline of a man. He was just sitting there, perfectly still, facing away from me. I called out, trying to sound confident. "Hey! Is someone in there?" There was no response. I felt my throat tighten. I stepped back, preparing to turn and run if I needed to. "Hello?" I tried again, a bit louder. The figure shifted slightly but did not turn around. I felt a surge of panic. I knew I should call the police or at least go back inside the office, but my feet were frozen. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, drowning out the silence around me. I took a step back, still keeping my eyes on the bus, when suddenly the figure turned to face me. I caught a glimpse of his face, pale and gaunt, eyes wide and hollow. I could feel fear seeping into my bones as I backed away, stumbling a little as I did. I quickly turned and ran back to the office, my heart racing like a drum. Once inside, I locked the door behind me and fumbled for my phone. My hands were shaking as I dialed the police. I could still feel the weight of that stare, as if he was watching me, waiting. I waited for the dispatcher to answer, and I tried to explain what had happened, but it all came out in a jumble. "Please send someone," I finally said, my voice trembling. "There's a man in the bus. I think he's watching me." I glanced outside, but the bus was dark again, the light inside extinguished. I couldn't see the figure anymore, and the silence felt oppressive. The police arrived shortly after. I led them to the bus, but when they searched it, they found nothing. No man, no signs of anyone. I felt like a fool, explaining my fears, but the officers were kind, assuring me that they would patrol the area. They left, and I stayed locked in the office, waiting for dawn to break. When the sun finally rose, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I didn't find any handprints that day, and for a moment, I thought maybe I was imagining things. I took a deep breath, feeling foolish for letting my imagination get the best of me. But that evening, I saw it again. As I approached my car after my shift, there they were, new handprints, fresh and dirty on my windows. I felt the blood drain from my face as I stood there, the realization washing over me that I wasn't imagining anything. Someone was watching me. The next morning, I put in for a transfer to a different shift, a different location. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was still out there, still waiting. I didn't want to work nights anymore. The thought of those handprints, that figure in the bus, kept me awake at night. I hoped that if I changed my schedule, I could finally find some peace. I left that depot behind, but I would never forget the feeling of being watched, of knowing that someone had been there, waiting in the dark. I decided to take a trip to Cuyahoga Valley National Park last summer. I needed some time away from everything, some solitude. I loved hiking, and the trails were beautiful. I parked my car at the entrance and picked a secluded trail that I thought would take me deep into the woods. The sun was bright, and the sounds of the forest were calming. I felt a sense of freedom as I walked, the smell of pine filling the air. After a few hours, I took a break. I found a nice spot by a small creek. I sat on a rock, dipped my hands in the cool water, and took a sip from my water bottle. As I relaxed, I heard footsteps approaching. I looked up, and my heart skipped a beat. It was Josh, my old friend from high school. I had not seen him in years. "Hey," he called, a broad smile on his face as he came closer. "Josh, is that you?" I asked, shocked. I could hardly believe it. We had lost touch after graduation, and I had no idea he was in the area. "Yeah, it's me." "I can't believe it." "What are you doing here?" he replied, looking as excited as I felt. We hugged, and I noticed he seemed different. His clothes were worn, and his beard was long and unkempt. There was a wild look in his eyes that made me uneasy, but I pushed it aside. "I just wanted to escape for a bit," I said. "I needed to get away from everything." "Same here," he said. "I have been living in the park for weeks. It is amazing out here. You wouldn't believe how beautiful it is if you stick to the main trails. Come with me. I can show you the real beauty of this place." I hesitated. There was something about the way he said it that sent a chill down my spine. But I remembered our old friendship and how adventurous we used to be. "Sure, why not?" I replied. As we walked, he talked about his life in the park. He claimed he had been sleeping under the stars and living off the land. I listened, but I started to notice his behavior becoming a bit odd. He spoke in a hurried tone, and there was a wildness in his gestures. He pointed out every bird and every rustle in the bushes as if it all held some great significance. "Look," he said suddenly, stopping dead in his tracks. He pointed to a tree, excitement glowing in his eyes. "This is a perfect spot. The view is incredible from here. You can see the valley stretching for miles." I looked around. It was nice, but it didn't seem special. It was just another spot in the woods. "It's beautiful," I said, trying to match his enthusiasm. "Not just beautiful. It is alive," he insisted, his voice rising. "You can feel the pulse of the earth here. You just have to know how to listen." I laughed, trying to lighten the mood. "Right. I guess I'm just not tuned in yet." He stared at me, his expression suddenly serious. "You don't get it. You need to open your mind. You can't just walk the trails like everyone else." The air shifted, and I felt a wave of discomfort wash over me. "Okay, Josh. Show me what you mean." He smiled, and for a moment, it felt like we were back to being old friends again. But as we continued walking, he kept glancing at me, studying me in a way that made me uneasy. We reached a clearing where the trees parted to reveal a small pond. The sunlight glistened on the water, and I felt a momentary sense of peace. I was ready to sit and enjoy the view, but Josh had other ideas. "This is where I come to think," he said, his voice low. "You should swim. Feel the connection." "I don't know. It's a bit cold," I replied, looking at the water. "Come on. You have to dive in," he urged, almost pleading. I stood there, the urge to leave gnawing at me. "Maybe later," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. Josh's expression changed. "You don't trust me." It was a statement, not a question. "No, it's not that," I said quickly. I just what?" he interrupted, stepping closer, his voice rising again. "You think I'm crazy, don't you? That I'm just some wild man living in the woods?" "No, that's not it." I raised my hands defensively. "I'm just surprised to see you, that's all." His face softened for a moment, but it quickly turned back to anger. "You don't get it. You need to see. You need to understand." I backed away slowly, the discomfort transforming into genuine fear. "Josh, I think I need to head back." "Back?" He laughed, but there was no humor in it. You want to go back to that life? You can't go back. Why not? I asked, my voice trembling. He took a step towards me, his eyes wide and desperate. Because you are missing it. You don't see how beautiful it is here. The more he spoke, the more erratic his behavior became. He started pacing, talking to himself as if I was not even there. I was standing by the pond, my heart racing, feeling trapped. Josh, this isn't like you, I said, trying to reach him. We used to enjoy things together. Remember? He stopped pacing and stared at me, his expression shifting again. You don't understand the freedom, the beauty. You will never know if you go back. I need to go back, I said firmly, trying to sound brave. He lunged forward suddenly, grabbing my arm tightly. You can't leave. I need you to see. Panic surged through me, and I pulled away, breaking free from his grasp. Josh, let go of me. He hesitated, confusion flickering across his face. For a moment, I thought he might come back to reality. But then he stepped closer, eyes wild again. You are too far gone. I have to show you. I turned and ran. My feet pounded against the ground, adrenaline pushing me forward as I dashed through the trees, branches slapping against me. I didn't look back, but I could hear him behind me, calling my name, his voice echoing in the silence of the forest. I sprinted down the path, my heart racing, breath coming in gasps. I could hear him crashing through the brush behind me. I knew I had to keep moving. I felt the panic rising in my chest, but I refused to let it stop me. After what felt like an eternity, I spotted the trailhead ahead. I burst through the trees and onto the dirt path leading to my car. I could still hear him behind me, but I didn't stop to look. I fumbled for my keys, finally finding them in my pocket, and unlocked the door. I jumped inside, slamming the door shut, my heart pounding in my ears. I glanced out the window, and for a moment, I thought I saw him emerge from the trees, standing at the edge of the trail, watching me. His expression was a mix of anger and sadness, and I felt a twist of guilt. But I couldn't stay. I started the engine and drove away, my hands shaking on the wheel. As I left the park, I felt the weight of what had just happened settle on my shoulders. I had lost a friend that day, and I could only hope he would find his way back to himself. I drove for hours, the sun setting behind me, casting long shadows on the road. I knew I had to be more careful, to trust my instincts more than I ever had before. The wilderness was not just a place of beauty, it could also hide darkness that could consume a person. I was at the hospital waiting for my friend Sarah. She was in for a minor surgery, nothing too serious, but I promised to be there for her. It was late in the evening, and the waiting room was empty except for me. I'd been there for a while, just scrolling through my phone, trying to keep my mind off the ticking clock on the wall. That's when I noticed him. An older man, maybe in his 70s, was sitting across from me. I hadn't seen him come in. 1 minute I was alone, and then there he was, just sitting there, looking at me with this strange sort of focus. He wore an old gray suit, the kind people don't wear much anymore, and his face was lined, worn, like he'd seen a lot. At first, I thought maybe he was waiting for someone too, so I didn't pay him much attention. But he kept staring. After a while, I started to feel uneasy. I looked up, met his eyes, and he smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile, though. It was a knowing smile, like he recognized me, like he had a secret he wanted to share. You look just like her, he said, his voice soft, like he was talking more to himself than to me. I gave a small, polite smile, not wanting to engage, but he didn't seem to need an invitation. "I'm sorry, do I know you?" I asked, hoping he'd say no and go back to whatever he was doing. But he leaned forward, his eyes narrowing as he studied my face. "Oh, you're her. I knew at the moment I saw you. You haven't changed a bit," he said, almost like he was accusing me. I tried to laugh it off. "I think you might have me confused with someone else," I said, hoping that would be the end of it. But he shook his head, his smile fading. No, it's you. It's really you," he said, his voice stronger this time. "After all these years, you've come back." There was something about the way he looked at me that made my skin crawl. His eyes were dark, too dark, like he was seeing something beyond me, something he wouldn't let me see. I looked around, hoping there was a nurse or someone nearby, but the waiting room was empty, and the hallway was dark. It was late, and most of the staff had gone home for the night. I thought about getting up, maybe finding somewhere else to sit, but he was blocking my way to the door. "Listen," I said, keeping my voice steady, "I really don't know you." He tilted his head, studying me, as if he was waiting for me to remember something. "Do you remember that night?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper now. "The dance, the music, the lights. You wore a blue dress. It was beautiful." My heart started racing. I had no idea what he was talking about, but the way he described it, the way he spoke to me, it felt like he was trying to pull me into some memory that didn't belong to me. "I think you've got the wrong person," I said again, more firmly this time, and I stood up, trying to keep calm as I looked for a way out. But he reached out, grabbed my wrist before I could move. His hand was cold, like he'd been standing in a freezer. "Don't leave," he said, his voice urgent now, almost pleading. "You left once. Don't leave me again." I pulled my hand back, hard, and he let go, but his eyes stayed on me, sharp, intense, filled with something I couldn't understand. I stumbled back, my heart pounding, and turned to go find a nurse, someone who could help me. As I moved toward the door, he called after me, his voice calm again, like he hadn't just grabbed me. "They won't help you," he said softly. "They never saw me then, either." I hurried out into the hallway, looking for anyone, but it was empty. The nurse's station was dark, and the halls were quiet. I spotted a single nurse down the hall and rushed over to her. "There's a man in the waiting room," I said, breathless. He keeps saying I'm someone he knows. He grabbed me." She looked at me with concern, but then she glanced past me, back toward the waiting room, and her expression changed. "There's no one there," she said, almost like she was reassuring herself. I turned to look, but the waiting room was empty. The man was gone, not a trace of him anywhere. I knew I hadn't imagined it. I could still feel the chill of his hand on my wrist, like an icy burn. He was there. Right there. "An older man in a gray suit," I insisted, but the nurse shook her head. "I've been here all night," she said, looking at me like I might be a little off. "I would have seen him." I tried to explain, to tell her how he'd spoken to me, how he seemed so certain I was someone he knew, but she just patted my arm and told me to take a seat, that maybe I was just tired from waiting. But as I walked back to the waiting room, my head was spinning. The man was gone, but I still felt his eyes on me, like he was there, somewhere, watching. I sat down, trying to calm myself, but the seat across from me felt like it still held his presence, as if he'd only just left. I wrapped my arms around myself, feeling colder than I should have, and checked my phone, willing time to pass faster, wanting Sarah to be done so I could leave. About an hour later, Sarah's doctor came out to tell me she was fine and recovering, and I nearly ran to her room, just to get away from that waiting area. She was groggy but awake, and I tried to play it off, telling her I just had a weird wait. but she noticed I was shaking and asked if everything was okay. "Just some guy," I said, trying to laugh it off, but my voice cracked. He thought I was someone else. Kept calling me by some other name, talking about things that never happened. Sarah looked at me, her eyes narrowing. "Was he old?" "Gray suit?" she asked, her voice quiet. My heart dropped. "Yeah." "How?" Her face went pale. "I saw him, too. I thought he was a janitor or something, just standing in the hall outside my room. He was looking at me, staring like he knew me. I tried to say hi, but he just kept staring, like he was waiting for me to remember him. I felt my skin go cold. She was in a different part of the hospital, nowhere near the waiting room, yet she'd seen him, too. He'd been watching both of us. I told her about everything, the things he said, how he grabbed my wrist, how the nurse didn't see him. She didn't say anything, just listened, her face getting paler with every word. The next day, Sarah was discharged, and we left the hospital as fast as we could. I didn't look back, didn't want to see that empty waiting room, didn't want to know if he'd be there, sitting on that chair, waiting for me to come back. It's been weeks, and I haven't gone back to that hospital, haven't talked to anyone about it since. But sometimes, I still feel his eyes on me, like he's waiting, somewhere just out of sight, thinking I'll remember him. I took my dog, Max, to the local park every evening. It was a routine that I cherished. The park was usually quiet at that hour, and I appreciated the fresh air and a chance for Max to run around. On this particular evening, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the grass. The air felt crisp, and I could hear the distant laughter of children playing. As we walked along the path, I noticed a group of teenagers sitting on a bench. They seemed to be having a good time, laughing and joking among themselves. I didn't pay them much attention at first. Max was busy sniffing at the ground, his nose buried in the grass. I moved a little closer to the edge of the path to give them space as I walked by. As I approached, I heard them whispering to each other. I could feel their eyes on me, but I tried to ignore it, focusing instead on Max. Just as I passed them, I heard one of them say my name. It was strange because I had never seen any of them before. I looked back over my shoulder, and they were all standing now, still whispering. I felt a chill run down my spine. "Did you just say my name?" I asked, my voice steady, though I felt a knot in my stomach. They all looked at each other, and one of them, a girl with short black hair, stepped forward. "We just wanted to talk to you," she said, her tone light but her eyes intense. "We know you." I frowned, feeling a mixture of confusion and unease. "You know me? From where?" They exchanged glances again, and my unease deepened. I turned to walk away, urging Max to keep moving, but then I heard it. "Come on, don't be like that. We just want to have a little chat," another one called out. I quickened my pace, trying to shake off the growing sense of dread. Max seemed to sense something was off too. He stayed close to my side, his ears perked up. But when I looked back, I saw they had started following me, their whispers growing louder. "Why are you following me?" I asked, my heart racing. "Because we need to talk, Tom," the girl said again. My heart sank. How did she know my name? I had not introduced myself, nor had anyone in the park called out to me. I turned a corner, hoping to lose them, but they were persistent. They continued to follow at a distance, just close enough that I could hear snippets of their conversation. "He thinks he can ignore us," one of them said. I could feel panic rising within me. I glanced around, looking for other people in the park. It was still relatively empty, and the sun was nearly gone. I decided to head toward the playground, thinking there might be some parents around. As I approached, the group picked up their pace. "You don't need to run, Tom. We are just friends," the girl called out, her voice dripping with mockery. I felt a wave of anger mixed with fear. "I don't know you," I shouted back, trying to sound more assertive than I felt. They laughed, and it sent chills down my spine. I reached the playground, hoping to find someone who could help, but it was empty. I glanced over my shoulder, and they had stopped a few feet away, standing just outside the light from the playground's lamps. I could see their silhouettes, but their expressions were hidden in the darkness. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, my voice shaky. "Because we can, Tom. You are in our territory now," the girl said, and the others laughed again. The words echoed in my mind. I felt trapped, like I was in a game I didn't understand. I looked at Max, who was still by my side, his fur bristling. I took a deep breath and decided it was time to confront them. I had to protect Max and myself. "Leave me alone," I said, trying to sound firm. One of the boys stepped forward, smirking. "We just want to talk, really. We know what you did." "What I did?" I felt my heart drop. "I don't even know you." They advanced a few steps, and I stepped back instinctively, my mind racing. I had to find a way out of this situation. I looked for another path, but the layout of the park was disorienting in the dark. I took a few steps back, thinking maybe I could make it to the parking lot where my car was. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I spun around, heart racing, and saw it was just a dad picking up his child from the playground. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. "Hey, you all right?" he asked, noticing the tension in my body. "Not really." I began, but then the group of teenagers shifted, moving closer. The dad noticed, his expression changing. "You need to leave him alone," he said firmly, stepping in front of me. The teenagers paused, exchanging uncertain glances. "We were just talking to him," the girl replied, but I could see the intimidation flickering in her eyes. "Whatever you think you are doing, it is not okay." "Back off," he said, and I felt a surge of gratitude. The group hesitated, and for a moment, I thought they might retreat. But then the boy who had spoken earlier laughed, trying to appear nonchalant. "We were just having some fun." The dad didn't back down. "Not here. Leave. Now." With one last glare at me, they turned and began to walk away, whispering among themselves. I could not shake the sense of relief and disbelief. They were really just leaving? Once they were far enough away, I took a deep breath, feeling the tension slowly leave my body. The dad turned to me, concern still etched on his face. "You okay? Do you want me to walk you to your car?" I nodded, grateful for the offer. "Yes, please." I'm not sure why they were following me. I have never seen them before. He kept a protective stance as we walked, and I felt safer with him nearby. "People can be strange," he said, shaking his head. "You did the right thing by not engaging with them." Max stayed close, and I felt a surge of affection for my dog. He had sensed the danger, and I realized how much I relied on him. We reached my car, and I quickly unlocked the door. The dad stood by, ensuring I got in safely. "If you see them again or feel unsafe, don't hesitate to call the police," he said. "Thank you," I replied, feeling the weight of the encounter finally lift. As I drove away, I glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see them lurking in the shadows. But there was nothing, just the empty park behind me. I drove home, reflecting on how quickly things could escalate. The park, once a safe haven, had turned into a scene of intimidation. I vowed to stay alert and to trust my instincts. I had learned a hard lesson about being cautious, and I would not forget it anytime soon. Max curled up in the passenger seat, and as I drove into the night, I felt a renewed sense of vigilance. I would not let fear control my life. It was a chilly Saturday morning when I decided to visit a small-town thrift store I had heard about from a friend. The store was tucked away between a few other shops on a quiet street. I parked my car and stepped out, feeling a mix of excitement and curiosity. I had always loved thrift stores. There was something thrilling about sifting through someone else's discarded items, finding a hidden gem among the clutter. As I pushed open the door, a small bell jingled above me. The interior was dimly lit, filled with shelves of clothes, trinkets, and furniture. The smell of old wood and fabric hung in the air, and I immediately felt at home. I started browsing, running my fingers over the various fabrics, looking for something that caught my eye. After a few minutes, I wandered to the back of the store. There, I saw a rack of clothes that looked slightly more worn than the others. My gaze fell on a long, flowing dress with a floral pattern that seemed familiar. I picked it up, holding it up to the light. It was a beautiful piece, the kind I would have worn in my early 20s. I felt a strange chill run down my spine as memories flooded back. I could have sworn I had owned this dress years ago. "Can I help you with something?" a voice asked. I turned to see a middle-aged woman behind the counter, her eyes bright and watchful. She had a friendly smile, but there was something off about it that made me uneasy. "I found this dress," I said, still feeling the fabric between my fingers. "I think it belonged to me a long time ago." She stepped closer, her expression shifting from friendly to oddly intense. "That dress is a treasure. You should try it on." I think I will," I replied, feeling a little uncertain. Something in her tone made me hesitate, but I shrugged it off. I just wanted to check if it fit. The woman led me to the fitting room, which was a small, cramped space with a single mirror and barely enough room to turn around. She closed the door behind me, and I slipped on the dress. As I looked in the mirror, I felt a rush of nostalgia wash over me. The dress hugged my figure perfectly, just like I remembered. I twirled slightly, letting the fabric flow around me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. "Does it fit?" the woman called from outside. Her voice sounded closer than it had before. "Yes, it fits great," I replied, but something in her tone made me uneasy. "Why don't you come out and show me?" she suggested, almost too eagerly. I hesitated. "I just need a moment." "Come on, dear. I can help you with the price. It's a special piece. You will not regret it," she insisted, her voice taking on a more urgent note. I frowned. "I am just trying to decide if I want it." "Why don't you let me see how it looks on you?" she pushed, the insistence in her voice making me uncomfortable. I took a deep breath, trying to gather my thoughts. The dress felt strange against my skin, like it was more than just fabric. I pulled at the hem nervously. "I am not ready to come out yet," I said, my voice wavering slightly. The woman chuckled softly. "You should really come out. It would be a shame not to show it off." I felt a creeping dread crawl over me. Something about her insistence made my stomach turn. "I will come out when I am ready," I repeated, my voice firmer now. There was a pause, and then she spoke again, her tone suddenly colder. "You do not want to miss this opportunity. That dress deserves to be worn by someone who appreciates it." I stepped back, heart racing. I just need a moment. I heard her footsteps shuffling outside the door, then silence. I felt trapped, cornered by her strange insistence. My mind raced. Why was she so eager for me to wear this dress? I was just a customer. Finally, I took a deep breath and opened the door a crack. I will think about it, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. But she was right there, standing too close, her smile now wide and unnerving. You look stunning. I cannot believe you hesitated. You must wear it. I really need to think about it, I insisted, trying to back away, but she stepped forward, blocking my way. Let me show you how beautiful it truly is on you, she urged, stepping closer. I could smell her perfume, sickly sweet, and it made me feel nauseous. No, I need to go, I said, panic rising in my throat. Why not take it home? She asked, tilting her head slightly. You could give it a second life. It is meant to be yours. Excuse me, I said, my voice shaking. I think I will pass. Her expression darkened slightly, the warmth fading from her face. You do not understand, she said, her voice low. It is not something you can just walk away from. It was made for you. I pushed past her, forcing my way out of the fitting room. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I didn't look back as I hurried toward the exit. I could hear her voice rising behind me, her tone desperate, but I kept moving, wanting to escape the store and the strange woman inside. As I burst through the front door and into the fresh air, relief washed over me. I glanced back to see the woman standing in the doorway, watching me with an unsettling intensity. I hurried to my car, fumbling with my keys as I tried to unlock the door. My hands trembled, and I felt a surge of adrenaline. I got inside, locking the doors behind me, and took a moment to breathe. The thrift store faded into the background as I drove away, my heart still racing. I never returned to that small-town thrift store. I still think about that dress, the memories it stirred, but I know that some things are best left in the past. That experience taught me to trust my instincts, to listen to the warning bells that ring in my mind when something feels off. And that day, it was clear that some treasures are not worth the price. I moved into that apartment about a year ago. It was nothing fancy, just a basic one-bedroom place in an old building. The rent was cheap, and the neighborhood was decent, so I didn't have much to complain about. It was the kind of place where people kept to themselves, and I liked that. I wasn't the type to make small talk with neighbors, and I appreciated that no one tried to make it. The knocking started maybe 2 months after I settled in. It wasn't constant at first, just here and there. The first time I heard it, it was around 2 in the morning. I remember waking up to this faint, rhythmic knock. It wasn't loud, more like someone gently tapping their knuckles on the door. I was groggy and disoriented, so I didn't think much of it. I figured someone had the wrong apartment. It stopped after a minute or two, and I went back to sleep. But it kept happening. Every few nights, always around the same time, middle of the night, when everything was quiet. The knocking would start, soft at first, then a little louder, like whoever was on the other side was getting impatient. I started to get annoyed, thinking maybe it was some drunk coming home late, confused about which apartment was theirs. I never got out of bed to check. I'd just lie there, listening, waiting for it to stop, which it always did. About a month in, I mentioned it to the building manager. He was an older guy, probably in his 50s, who lived on the first floor. He shrugged it off, said he hadn't heard anything like that from anyone else. Told me it was probably just pipes or the building settling, something like that. I didn't buy it, but I let it go. There wasn't much he could do about it. The knocking kept up, though. Always late at night. Sometimes it was so soft I'd wonder if I was imagining it. Other times, it was loud enough to wake me up, pounding like someone was trying to get in. I started to get paranoid. I'd lie in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting for it to start. It was like I knew it was coming, like I could feel it. Then one night, something changed. The knocking was louder than usual, more aggressive. I was wide awake this time, and for some reason, I felt this overwhelming urge to check. I'd never looked through the peephole before. I always stayed in bed, waiting for it to pass, but that night, something in me snapped. I was tired of feeling watched, of being woken up by this strange, endless knocking. I got up slowly, heart pounding, and crept to the door. The knocking stopped as soon as I got close. I stood there for a second, hand hovering over the doorknob, hesitating. Then, I leaned forward and peered through the peephole. There was no one there. The hallway was empty. I let out a breath, half relieved, half confused. I stood there for a minute, just staring, trying to shake the weird feeling in my gut. Then, I went back to bed. A few nights later, it happened again. Same thing, loud, frantic knocking. I jumped out of bed, heart racing, and rushed to the door. As soon as I got close, the knocking stopped. I looked through the peephole, expecting the hallway to be empty again. But this time, there was someone standing right in front of my door. I froze. My heart felt like it was going to explode. Whoever it was, they were standing so close that I couldn't see their face. Just the top of their head, dark hair matted down like they'd been out in the rain. I could see their shoulders, their arms hanging by their sides, but they weren't moving. They were just standing there, inches away from the door, completely still. I backed away slowly, not making a sound, trying to keep my breathing steady. I didn't know what to do. Call the police? Open the door? I wasn't sure what was happening, but something told me not to make a move, not to make any noise. I crept back to my bedroom, shut the door softly, and sat on the edge of the bed, listening. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat there, waiting for something else to happen. But it didn't. The knocking didn't come back, and I didn't hear anyone in the hallway. It was like whoever it was had just disappeared. The next morning, I left the apartment as soon as the sun came up. I didn't want to be there anymore. I went to work, tried to focus on anything else, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. Who was that? Why were they standing so close to my door, and why didn't they say anything? That night, I didn't want to go home. I stayed late at the office, dragged out errands, anything to avoid going back. But eventually, I had to. When I got back to the apartment, everything seemed normal. No weird vibes, no strange sounds. For a moment, I thought maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. But then, as soon as I turned up the lights and lay down, the knocking started again. This time, I couldn't ignore it. I couldn't just lie there, waiting for it to stop. I got up, crept to the door, and looked through the peephole. They were there again. Same person, standing just inches away from the door. This time, I could see more. Their face was pressed up against the door, their eyes staring straight into the peephole. It was like they knew I was there, like they were watching me through the other side. I stumbled back, my heart racing, trying not to make a sound. I backed into the bedroom, grabbed my phone, and called the police. I didn't care if it made me look paranoid. Something was seriously wrong. When the cops showed up, the person was gone. They searched the building, checked the security cameras, but there was no sign of anyone. The cameras didn't even catch anyone coming in or out of the building. It didn't make sense. After that, I couldn't stay there. I packed a bag and went to stay with a friend. I didn't go back for a few days, but eventually, I had to. I couldn't afford to break my lease, and part of me thought maybe it was over, maybe whoever it was had moved on. But the first night I was back, the knocking started again. This time, I didn't check. I didn't get out of bed. I just lay there, frozen, listening. The knocking was softer this time, almost like they were tapping their fingers against the door, but it was relentless. It went on for hours. I didn't sleep. I just lay there, waiting for it to stop. When the sun came up, I packed my things and left for good. I never went back to that apartment. I broke the lease, lost my deposit, didn't care. I couldn't stay there anymore. I still don't know who it was, or what they wanted. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear that knocking in my head. And I wonder if they're still out there, waiting. There was this park near my place where I'd walk my dog, Penny, every day. It was a small, quiet park, mostly locals, lots of people with their own dogs. I'd started going there because it felt safe, and Penny loved it. We had a little routine, a loop around the park that took maybe 20 minutes. She'd sniff around, I'd enjoy the fresh air, and we'd both get a break from being indoors. At first, it was like any other place, just people going about their day, some with kids, some with pets, some just out for a walk. But after a while, I started to notice this guy. He was always there, on the same bench, right off the main path. He didn't look out of place or anything, he was just sitting there, like anyone else. But after a few days, I realized he was always watching me. Not just in that casual way, either. He was focused, like he was waiting for me to come by. I told myself it was nothing. Lots of people sit on benches, right? Maybe he was there every day for some other reason, waiting for someone or just passing time. But as the days went by, I couldn't shake the feeling. Every time I came around the corner, I'd spot him in my peripheral vision, and his head would turn, following me and Penny as we walked by. I tried not to look at him directly, tried to pretend I didn't notice. But it was hard to ignore. The worst part was how he never seemed distracted. Most people at the park had a phone, a book, something to keep them busy, but not him. He was just there, sitting straight up, watching. He didn't have a phone, didn't check the time, didn't seem to be doing anything else. Just staring. And his face never changed. He didn't smile, didn't look away, just followed us with his eyes. After a week or so, it started to make me uncomfortable enough that I decided to change my route. I figured if I took Penny down the side path that led out of the park and cut around a couple of blocks, I'd avoid his line of sight. We'd still get our walk, just without passing that spot. So, the next day, that's what I did. Penny and I went down the side path instead of the main one. We made it halfway down before I looked over my shoulder and saw him again. He was standing at the edge of the path, a little ways behind us, staring. Somehow, he'd known to move to that spot, almost as if he'd been waiting for me to take the side path. I didn't know how long he'd been there, but his eyes were locked on me again, unblinking, just watching. I felt a tightness in my chest, and I didn't know what to do. I was in a public place, the middle of the day, so I told myself I was safe. But that didn't stop my hands from shaking. I grabbed Penny's leash tighter and walked faster, taking her out of the park and straight back home. For the next couple of days, I stopped going to the park. I thought maybe I was overreacting, that it was just some coincidence, and that I was making something out of nothing. But even as I tried to ignore it, I couldn't shake the feeling of his eyes on me. After a while, I figured I'd try again, but this time at a different park, a little further away. I'd never seen him outside that one spot, so I told myself it was just that place that made me uneasy, not him. I drove Penny to the new park the next morning, feeling a little better, hoping that a new location would help me relax. The new park was nice, and I felt better almost immediately. It was a larger space with more paths and more people around, so it felt safer. Penny seemed happy too, sniffing around and pulling me forward, as if she knew it was somewhere new and exciting. But not long into our walk, I felt it, the familiar prickle on the back of my neck. I turned my head slowly, just glancing back, and there he was. Standing a little ways back, watching me from the edge of the path, just like before. He was close enough that I could see his face clearly, and it was the same, blank expression, the same fixed stare. My heart started racing. I hadn't told anyone where I was going, hadn't mentioned I'd be switching parks. But there he was, like he'd known exactly where I'd be. My thoughts started racing, trying to make sense of it. Maybe it was just bad luck, maybe he'd decided to come here too. But it didn't feel like that. He wasn't out for a walk or enjoying the park. He was just there, watching me, like he'd been waiting. I grabbed Penny's leash and started walking fast, heading straight for the exit. I didn't care if I looked scared or strange, I just wanted out. As we walked, I kept checking over my shoulder, and every time I looked back, he was still there, just close enough to be in sight. He never got closer, never made a move toward me, but he didn't leave either. Just kept his distance, watching me leave. By the time we got back to the car, I was nearly running. I got Penny in, locked the doors, and sped out of the parking lot, barely looking back. I didn't go back to the park for a week after that. I kept telling myself it was just some weird coincidence, but it didn't feel that way. It felt wrong, in a way I couldn't explain. After that, I started changing my routines. I didn't go to any park for a while. I took Penny on quick walks around the neighborhood, sticking close to home, always keeping my eyes open. But even then, I'd catch myself looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see him there, standing at the end of the street or lurking by a corner. And then, one night, I got a knock on my door. It was late, after dark, and I wasn't expecting anyone. My heart pounded as I went to look through the peephole, feeling that familiar prickle down my spine. I didn't see anyone at first, just the empty porch. But then I noticed something on the ground in front of the door, a single piece of paper. I waited, hardly daring to breathe, and watched through the peephole for a few more minutes, but no one came back. Finally, I opened the door, just enough to reach out and grab the paper, then shut it quickly behind me. I unfolded it slowly, my hands shaking. There were only 2 words written on it, in neat, tiny handwriting: "I'm waiting." I didn't sleep that night. I kept all the lights on, kept Penny close by, checking every window, every door. I didn't know what he wanted, didn't understand why he was watching me, but I knew I couldn't go back to the parks. I didn't want him knowing where I lived, where I walked, where I'd be. I had no idea if he'd ever come back, or if he'd just keep watching from a distance, waiting like he'd written. It's been weeks since then. I haven't seen him again, but I still feel his eyes on me every time I leave the house. I don't go back to any of the parks. I don't go anywhere predictable. I change my routes, vary the times I go out. I don't want to give him any chances. But even now, sometimes, I catch a glimpse of someone in the corner of my eye. A figure, standing just far enough away that I can't make out the face. And every time, my heart skips, thinking it's him, that he's still out there, still watching, still waiting. I decided to take a solo trip to one of the small islands out in the lake. I'd done trips like this before, mostly to clear my head and get away from everything. It was only a few hours paddle, and the island was barely big enough to count as one, just a bit of land with a scattering of trees. No one ever went there, at least not that I'd seen. I set out in the afternoon. The lake was calm, and the paddle went smooth. I watched the trees go by on either side as I headed for the island, thinking about nothing in particular, just letting myself enjoy the quiet. The place was almost dead silent, just the soft splash of the paddle, a couple of birds calling out from the trees now and then. When I finally reached the island, I pulled the canoe up onto the shore and started unpacking my gear. I hadn't brought much, just a tent, some food, and the basics. This was supposed to be simple, just a night by myself. As I was hauling my bag up the shore, something caught my eye. There, in the sand, were footprints. Fresh ones. They were just a few feet from where I'd pulled up the canoe, and they led up into the trees. I felt this sudden jolt in my chest. Nobody was supposed to be here. I stood there, staring down at the prints, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe some other camper had come by recently and just left. Maybe a fisherman. But when I looked closer, I saw the footprints were pressed deep into the sand, like whoever made them was barefoot, and there was no sign of a boat or anything around. The prints just started there, leading into the trees, like someone had come out of the lake and walked up into the woods. I kept telling myself it was fine. This was just a weird coincidence. People come and go from these islands all the time, right? Still, the sight of those footprints made me feel like I was being watched. I kept glancing around, waiting for someone to come out of the trees or call out, but there was nothing. Just the rustle of leaves and the breeze coming off the water. Trying to shake it off, I forced myself to keep unpacking. I set up my tent, got a little fire going. As the light faded, the wind picked up a bit, making the trees sway. But I couldn't get comfortable. I kept looking up from my fire, scanning the edge of the woods. I'd been out here 100 times, but that night, it felt different. After a while, I couldn't sit still anymore. I grabbed my flashlight and walked along the shore, checking for any sign of another canoe or boat, something to explain those footprints. But there was nothing. The sand and rocks were empty all around the island except for where I dragged up my canoe. I went back to my campsite, but as soon as I got there, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. There was a faint smell of smoke, but it wasn't from my fire. It was coming from deeper in the trees, somewhere up the island. I stood there for a second, listening, and then, against my better judgment, I started walking toward it. The ground was soft underfoot, and I could see the trail of footprints, still clear in the dirt, leading in the same direction. The farther I went, the stronger the smell got. Finally, I saw a faint glow ahead, flickering between the trees. I stopped, barely breathing. It was another fire, just a little ways ahead, hidden behind some brush. Whoever had made it was close, but I hadn't seen or heard anyone the whole time I'd been here. My mind raced, trying to piece it together. Had someone been here all along, watching me, keeping out of sight? I crept closer, not wanting to make a sound, until I was just close enough to see what was around the fire. There was no one there, just the remains of some kind of camp, small, with a couple of sticks and logs stacked up around a smoldering pile of ash. It looked recent, like it had been burning not too long ago. But there was something strange. Around the fire, there were bits of cloth, frayed and torn, like someone had ripped up pieces of clothing and left them in a circle. The sight of it made my skin crawl. Who would do something like that? I turned back, wanting to get as far from that place as I could. I tried to keep calm as I made my way back to my campsite. I told myself I'd imagined the whole thing, that it was just some camper who'd left in a hurry. But as I came out of the trees, I froze. There, sitting on the sand near my fire, was something that hadn't been there before. It was a little pile of stones, stacked one on top of the other, like a marker or a message. I backed up, feeling like I'd been punched in the gut. Someone had been here, right here in my camp, while I was off in the woods. My first thought was to pack up, get in the canoe, and leave, but the light was almost gone. I'd be paddling out in the dark, in the middle of that wide, empty lake. And if whoever was out there was watching, they'd see me go. I made my way back to the tent, my skin crawling, every instinct screaming at me to get out. I tried to act calm, kept telling myself it was nothing, just some random person messing around. But the silence around me felt heavier, pressing in from all sides. I zipped up the tent and lay there, listening to every creak and rustle outside. Hours must have passed. Every little sound seemed amplified, like someone was sneaking around the edges of my campsite, waiting for me to fall asleep. Then, just as I was finally starting to drift off, I heard something that made me go rigid. It was a faint whisper, coming from somewhere outside. I couldn't make out the words, but it was close, so close I could almost feel the breath on the other side of the tent. The voice kept whispering, low and steady, like it was calling me, urging me to come out. I held my breath, too terrified to move. I could feel my heart pounding, each beat louder than the last. The whispering went on, circling the tent, coming from different sides, like someone was walking around me, never stopping, never breaking the rhythm. I stayed still, barely daring to breathe. I don't know how long it went on, but eventually, the voice faded, leaving only silence. I lay there until the first light crept in, telling myself I'd imagined it, that it had just been the wind, or an animal, anything but what it really was. As soon as the sun was up, I unzipped the tent and stepped outside. The fire had gone out, leaving just cold ashes, and there were footprints everywhere around my campsite, circling it, stopping by the tent, like someone had been pacing all night. I didn't waste another second. I grabbed my gear, shoved it into the canoe, and paddled out of there, not looking back. When I first found the apartment, I thought it was perfect. It was small but cozy, with a big window in the living room that let in plenty of light during the day. It was on the third floor of a building in a quiet neighborhood, and I could even see a little park from the window. The rent wasn't bad either. I signed the lease and moved in as soon as I could. The first week went by smoothly. I spent most of my time unpacking and making the place feel like home. I didn't know anyone in the area yet, but I didn't mind. The quiet felt like a relief after living with noisy roommates for years. It started one evening when I was sitting on the couch, scrolling through my phone. The sun had just set, and the streetlights were starting to come on. I glanced out the window and noticed a man standing by the window in the building across the street. He was holding binoculars, and they were pointed right at me. At first, I wasn't sure if he was looking at me or something else. I froze, trying not to make any sudden movements. Then he lowered the binoculars, and I saw him smile. It wasn't a friendly smile. It felt wrong, like he was enjoying something he shouldn't be. I pulled the blinds closed and tried to shake it off. Maybe he wasn't looking at me. Maybe I just imagined the smile. The next night, I forgot about it. I had been out running errands, and by the time I got home, I was too tired to think about anything but dinner. I had just sat down to eat when I glanced out the window again. He was there, in the same spot, holding the binoculars. This time, there was no mistaking it. He was looking right at me. I dropped my fork and closed the blinds again, my hands shaking. I told myself not to panic. Maybe he was just nosy. Maybe he didn't realize how creepy he was being. But then it happened again. And again. Every evening, around the same time, I would see him standing at his window, staring into mine. It didn't matter if the lights were on or off. He was always there, waiting. I started keeping the blinds closed all the time, but it didn't help. I could feel his eyes on me, even when I couldn't see him. One night, I decided to confront him. I opened the blinds and stared back at him, trying to look as angry and confident as I could. He just raised the binoculars again and kept watching. I shouted at him through the window, telling him to stop, but he didn't react. He just stood there, like a statue, completely unfazed. That was when I started to feel scared. I called the building manager and told her about the man. She said she couldn't do anything because he didn't live in our building. She suggested calling the police, but I wasn't sure what to say. A man is watching me didn't sound like enough for them to take seriously. So, I tried to ignore it. I started coming home later and keeping myself busy to avoid thinking about him. But it got worse. One night, I heard a tapping sound on my window. It was faint, but it was there. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't stop myself. When I peeked through the blinds, he wasn't at his window anymore. Instead, he was standing on the sidewalk below, looking up at me. He wasn't holding the binoculars anymore. He was just staring, his face lit by the glow of the streetlight. I backed away from the window and locked all the doors. I stayed up all night, listening for any sound, but he didn't come any closer. The next day, I called the police. They sent someone out to take a report, but there wasn't much they could do. They told me to call again if he came onto the property or tried to make contact. That night, I was afraid to turn the lights on. I sat in the dark, watching the window, waiting for him to show up. Hours went by, and there was nothing. I started to think maybe he had finally given up. Then I heard a noise at my front door. It was a faint scratching sound, like something dragging across the wood. I held my breath and listened. The scratching stopped, and I heard a soft knock. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. The knock came again, louder this time. Then a voice. "I know you're in there." It was him. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, whispering to the operator that someone was outside my door. She told me to stay on the line and wait for the police. The knocking turned into banging. He was yelling now, telling me to open the door. I could hear the desperation in his voice, but there was something else too, something angry and unhinged. The police arrived within minutes, but it felt like hours. I heard them shouting at him to step away from the door. Then there was silence, followed by the sound of handcuffs clicking. When they told me it was safe to come out, I opened the door and saw him standing there, flanked by 2 officers. His face was blank, like he didn't understand what was happening. They searched him and found a knife in his pocket. The officers told me he had been living in the building across the street for years. They said he had a history of harassment but had never hurt anyone before. I moved out the next day. I didn't care about breaking the lease or losing money. I couldn't stay there, not after what happened. I still think about him sometimes, about the way he watched me like I was a thing he owned. I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't called the police that night. But most of all, I wonder how long he had been watching me before I even noticed. It was one of those long, miserable winter nights. The kind where the snow just doesn't stop falling, and the wind howls so loud that it feels like it's trying to tear the roof off. I had been driving for hours, trying to get to a small town just to get some rest before finishing my trip the next morning. I didn't expect the storm to hit as hard as it did, but by the time I reached the motel, I could barely see out the windshield. The place wasn't much, just a rundown building on the edge of town, but it was the only spot I could find. I didn't have much choice. I parked and made my way into the lobby, where an older guy behind the counter checked me in. He didn't say much, just handed me the key with a nod and pointed to the room. "Room 7, he muttered. "Lock up and stay warm. Bad storm coming in." I was too tired to care about small talk, so I just grabbed the key and went to my room. The wind outside rattled the windows, and the snow kept coming down thick, but the room was warm, at least. I set my bags down, took a quick shower, and then decided to head back to the lobby for a cup of coffee. The storm was getting worse, and I figured it'd be nice to have a little more time before I had to deal with the road again the next morning. I left my room and made my way back to the lobby. It wasn't far, just a short walk down the hallway. The place was quiet, like most motels in the middle of nowhere, especially in the dead of winter. The old man was sitting at the desk, watching something on TV. He barely looked up when I walked in, just nodded and muttered something about the weather. I didn't stay long, maybe 15 or 20 minutes. I wasn't in the mood for conversation, and the coffee wasn't anything to write home about. I figured I'd head back to my room, get some sleep, and deal with the snowstorm in the morning. When I walked back into the room, everything seemed fine at first. It was exactly as I had left it, bed made, bags still on the floor, nothing out of place. But then I saw it. There was a black glove sitting on the bed. I froze. My first thought was that maybe I'd left it there when I left the room, but I knew that wasn't possible. I didn't wear gloves. Not that kind, anyway. The glove was thin, leather, and clearly belonged to someone else. I had never seen it before, and I hadn't noticed it when I walked in. I took a step closer, my mind racing. Who would come in here? I hadn't heard anyone, and the only person in the building was the old guy behind the desk. Maybe the maid had come in while I was gone. I didn't know for sure, but it didn't seem right. The glove felt out of place. I didn't know why, but it did. I started to look around the room. Nothing seemed disturbed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been moved. I checked the door. It was still locked. I had double-checked when I left, and it was locked now. No one could have gotten in without a key, and there was no sign of forced entry. I picked up the glove with 2 fingers, like it was some kind of contaminated thing I shouldn't touch. The fabric was soft, smooth, too smooth, like it had been worn recently. I turned it over, and that's when I saw the small, faint smudge on the inside of the wrist. It looked like dirt, but something about it felt wrong. Like it was something else. Something darker. My heart started to race. I put the glove down on the bed and went over to the window, pulling the blinds just enough to peek outside. The storm had picked up even more, and the snow was falling in thick sheets. I could barely see the parking lot. The wind was loud, howling, but there was no movement outside. No one was out there. I kept telling myself I was being paranoid. It was just a glove. A weird coincidence, that's all. Someone must have walked into the wrong room or something. But then I started to wonder, how did they get in? I was the only guest, and the door had been locked. I hadn't heard anything while I was in the lobby. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the glove again, lying on the bed. What if someone had been in my room while I wasn't there? What if they were still here? I decided to leave the room again, just to get a breath of air. I wasn't thinking straight, and I needed a second to calm down. I grabbed my jacket and went back into the hallway. I walked down to the lobby to see if I could talk to the guy behind the desk, but when I opened the door, it was empty. The TV was still on, but the old man was nowhere to be seen. I stood there for a minute, confused. He hadn't even locked up. It didn't make any sense. I looked around the lobby again, trying to see if he'd gone somewhere or stepped into the back, but there was no sign of him. I walked back to my room, trying to ignore the cold panic in my chest. When I got back to the door, I hesitated. Something felt wrong. I pushed the door open, holding my breath. Everything seemed the same at first, but then I saw it. The glove was gone. My stomach dropped. It wasn't on the bed anymore. I turned the room upside down, checked the bathroom, the closet, under the bed, nothing. I searched the whole place like a madman, but there was no sign of it. That's when I realized something else. The door was still locked, just like I had left it. But someone had been in here, and they were gone now. The old man, the one behind the desk, was gone too. It didn't make sense. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my stuff, checked out, and drove off into the storm, not looking back. I never saw the old man again. I never went back to that motel. But I still wonder to this day who was in that room, why they left the glove, and how they got in. Sometimes, on nights like this, when the snow falls thick and the wind howls, I feel like I'm still being watched. It was late, probably past 2 in the morning, and I'd been driving for hours through the back end of nowhere. The snowstorm earlier in the day had left the road slick, and the temperature had dropped so low that the inside of my truck cab was barely warm even with the heat cranked up. My eyelids were heavy, and I knew I needed to stop before I nodded off at the wheel. I spotted a rest stop off the highway, one of those small, single-lot ones with just a couple of vending machines and no real facilities except for a couple of porta potties shoved against the edge of the lot. There was only one other vehicle there when I pulled in. It was an older pickup truck, idling with its lights on but looking like it had been parked for a while. The thing was covered in snow, and I could see steam rising from its hood, so I figured someone must be sitting inside with the heat running. It wasn't unusual. A lot of drivers will pull off to warm up or take a nap. The engine running made sense if they didn't want to freeze in their sleep. I parked a few spots over, turned off my engine, and sat there for a minute, rubbing my eyes and stretching. The cab was quiet except for the faint hiss of the cooling engine. Outside, the snow was still piled high, and the plow hadn't been through for hours, leaving a few inches of slush to navigate. I figured I'd step out, stretch my legs, and maybe grab something from the vending machine before trying to catch an hour of sleep. As soon as I opened the door, the cold hit me hard. The wind was sharp, and the air stung my face. I glanced over at the pickup as I stepped down. Its windows were fogged up, but I didn't see any movement inside. I waved, just in case the driver was awake and looking my way. No response. I walked across the lot, my boots crunching in the snow. The vending machines were on the far end of the rest stop, and the closer I got to the pickup, the more I realized something was off. The driver's seat was empty. There wasn't anyone in the truck at all. That didn't make sense. Why leave your truck running, especially out here? Gas wasn't cheap, and no one was around to steal the thing if you turned it off. I slowed down, glancing around the lot and the edges of the woods that lined the area. Everything was quiet except for the hum of the idling engine. The headlights threw long beams across the snow, cutting into the darkness beyond, but there was no sign of anyone nearby. I told myself it wasn't my business. Maybe the driver had stepped away for a minute or gone into the woods for some reason. People do weird things, and I didn't want to start jumping to conclusions. Still, the empty truck and the eerie quiet unsettled me. I made it to the vending machine and fumbled in my pocket for change. The wind whistled past, making me shiver. I was halfway through deciding between a bag of chips and a candy bar when I heard a noise behind me. It was faint at first, like snow crunching underfoot, but steady. Someone was moving. I turned around, expecting to see the truck's driver coming back. At first, I didn't see anything, just the faint outlines of the trees and the beams of my own headlights cutting across the lot. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed movement near the edge of the woods. A man stepped out from between the trees. He was tall, wearing a dark coat and a beanie, but what struck me was how deliberate his movements were. He wasn't in any hurry. He just walked out like he knew exactly where he was going. His face was mostly in shadow, but I could see the glint of his eyes catching the light. I stood there for a second, frozen in place. I wasn't sure if I should say something or wait to see what he'd do. He didn't look at the pickup, which I'd expected if it was his. Instead, he kept walking, heading straight across the lot toward me. I told myself he probably just needed help. Maybe his car had broken down, or he'd gotten lost in the storm. But something about the way he moved made me uneasy. There was no hesitation, no waving or calling out. He didn't try to explain himself. He just kept coming. I stepped back, putting the vending machine between us. My boots slipped a little in the slush, and the sound seemed too loud in the silence. He stopped about 20 feet away, tilting his head like he was sizing me up. For a moment, neither of us said anything. The air felt heavy, like the cold had sucked all the sound out of the night. "Hey," I finally called out, my voice coming out shakier than I wanted. "You okay?" He didn't answer. He just stood there, staring. Then, slowly, he turned his head toward the idling pickup. I followed his gaze, and for the first time, I noticed something else. The driver's door was open now. Wide open. I was sure it had been shut when I walked past it earlier. I felt my chest tighten. There was no way he could have opened it without me hearing, not unless he'd done it before I even stepped out of my truck. And if he had, where had he been hiding all this time? The man started walking again, not toward the truck, but toward me. His pace was slow, deliberate, like he had all the time in the world. My instinct screamed at me to get back to my truck, but I didn't want to turn my back on him. I edged away, keeping my eyes on him, my breath clouding in the air. "Look, man, I don't want any trouble," I said, trying to sound firm. My hand fumbled for my keys in my pocket. "If you need help, just say so." He still didn't respond. He just kept walking. His boots crunched in the snow, steady and deliberate, and with every step, my pulse pounded harder. I took another step back, then another, until I was close enough to my truck to feel the metal of the door handle behind me. That's when he stopped. He was only about 10 feet away now, close enough that I could see his face clearly. There was something off about it. His expression was blank, almost too calm, like he wasn't even really looking at me. His lips parted slightly, but no words came out. Instead, he just stood there, watching me, as if he was waiting for something. I didn't wait to find out what. I yanked the door open, jumped into the cab, and slammed it shut. My hands were shaking so badly that I almost dropped the keys. The engine roared to life, and I threw the truck into reverse, backing out of the spot so fast that the tires skidded on the ice. As I pulled away, I glanced back toward the lot. The man was still standing there, exactly where I'd left him, watching me with that same blank expression. The pickup truck was still idling, its headlights cutting through the falling snow, but the driver's seat was empty. I didn't stop driving until I was miles down the highway. The rest stopped long behind me. To this day, I don't know who that man was or what he wanted. I had been looking at the place for weeks. The old factory sat at the edge of town, boarded up and covered in graffiti. It looked like it had been abandoned for decades. The windows were shattered, and the chain link fence around it was rusted and bent in spots where people had clearly climbed over. I was drawn to it not for anything illegal, just for photos. I liked urban exploration, capturing places that were forgotten and falling apart. The factory seemed perfect for that. I went late in the afternoon, thinking I'd be out before it got too dark. The neighborhood was quiet, with only a few houses scattered down the road. I parked a few blocks away to avoid drawing attention and walked the rest of the way, my camera bag slung over one shoulder. I'd done this kind of thing before, sneaking into abandoned spots, so I wasn't too nervous. I knew to stay quiet and keep an eye out for anyone who might be hanging around. The gap in the fence was easy to find. I slipped through and made my way toward the building, careful not to step on anything that might make noise. The air inside smelled musty and damp, like rotting wood and rust. The floor was littered with debris, broken glass, scraps of metal, old papers. I pulled out my camera and started taking photos, focusing on the textures and shadows, the way the light from outside filtered through the cracks and holes. At first, I didn't hear them. I was too focused on getting the shot, adjusting the settings on my camera. It wasn't until I moved deeper into the building, into a larger room that must have been a factory floor, that I realized I wasn't alone. The sound was faint at first, a scrape of something against the floor, a quiet shuffle. I froze, my heart starting to pound. I thought maybe it was an animal, a stray cat or a raccoon. Then I heard voices, low and murmuring, somewhere ahead of me. I turned off my camera, the small click of the button sounding louder than it should have. I thought about leaving right then, but my curiosity got the better of me. I crept forward, stepping as lightly as I could, until I could see into the next room. There were 3 of them, sitting around a makeshift fire in an old oil drum. 2 men and a woman, all dressed in layers of mismatched clothes, their faces gaunt and tired. They didn't see me at first, too absorbed in whatever conversation they were having. I should have backed away right then, but instead, I shifted to get a better view, and my foot knocked into a loose piece of metal. The sound was sharp and echoed through the room. All 3 heads snapped toward me at once. One of the men jumped to his feet, his eyes narrowing as he spotted me in the shadows. "What the hell are you doing?" he barked, his voice rough and angry. I held up my hands, trying to show I wasn't a threat. "I'm just taking pictures," I said quickly. I didn't know anyone was here. The second man stood up too, glaring at me. "Pictures of what?" he demanded. "You spying on us?" No, nothing like that," I said, my voice shaking. "I just take photos of old buildings." "I didn't mean to bother you." The woman stayed seated, but her eyes were locked on me, cold and unblinking. The first man took a step toward me, and I instinctively backed up. "Let me see the camera," he said, holding out his hand. I hesitated. "I can delete the pictures if you want," I offered. "I wasn't trying to." "Give me the camera," he interrupted, his tone more threatening this time. I didn't move. Handing it over felt like a bad idea. My camera was expensive, and more than that, I had a feeling they weren't going to just let me walk out of here once they had it. The second man moved closer too, and I realized I was cornered. "Look," I said, trying to stay calm. "I'll leave right now." "I didn't see anything, I swear." The first man smirked, but it wasn't a kind expression. "You already saw too much," he said. "We can't have you running your mouth about this place." I didn't know what he meant by that, but it didn't sound good. The second man reached for my bag, and I yanked it away, stepping back again. My foot caught on something, and I stumbled but didn't fall. "Don't make this harder than it has to be," the first man said. He pulled something out of his pocket, a knife. It wasn't big, but it didn't need to be. My stomach twisted, and my hands gripped the strap of my bag tightly. "I'm leaving," I said, my voice shaking. "I'll leave, and you'll never see me again." The woman finally stood up, her arms crossed. "He's lying," she said. "He'll go straight to the cops." I shook my head. "No, I won't," I insisted. "I don't care what you're doing here. I just want to leave." The first man stepped closer, the knife glinting in the dim light. "Then hand over the camera," he said. "Now." I couldn't think. My heart was racing, and my palms were sweaty. I knew if I gave it to him, it wouldn't end there. I glanced around, looking for a way out. The door I came through was too far, and they were between me and it. There was another door on the other side of the room, half open and leading into darkness. Before I could talk myself out of it, I bolted. I ran for the open door, clutching my camera bag against my chest. I heard them shout behind me, their footsteps pounding against the floor as they gave chase. The next room was smaller, filled with old machinery and stacks of rusted metal. I weaved through the clutter, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I could hear them getting closer, their voices angry and sharp. I spotted a narrow staircase in the corner and ran for it. The stairs creaked loudly under my weight, but I didn't stop. I reached the second floor, a long hallway lined with broken windows. The air was colder up there, the wind whistling through the gaps. I turned down the hall, looking for a way out. At the end, I saw a door hanging off its hinges, leading to an outside fire escape. I sprinted toward it, my legs burning with the effort. Behind me, I heard them reach the top of the stairs. I pushed through the door and onto the fire escape, the metal shaking under my feet. I climbed down as quickly as I could, nearly slipping on the last step. When I hit the ground, I didn't stop running. I didn't look back. I just ran, cutting through the overgrown weeds and broken pavement until I reached the fence. I scrambled through the gap and kept going until I reached the street. Only then did I stop, leaning against a lamppost to catch my breath. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold onto my camera bag. I didn't see them again. I don't know if they chased me past the building or gave up when I reached the fence. I didn't stick around to find out. I got in my car and drove straight home, my chest still tight with fear. I haven't gone back to that factory since.